incorporate that. It is in the contract every single time we appear on camera. Watching the Australian national titles at the moment. If you are interested in watching the Australian national titles, the Australian version is being held in Sydney at the Star Casino at the moment. You can load up the stream. I put the link in the description here, and you'll be able to see the action taking place. They don't have a commentator on board, so I thought I'll just jump in and do some commentary for you, although I don't know everyone that is involved in the sport around the country, but I will do my best in terms of the people that I do know. Currently looking at the Australian Arm Wrestling president, Phil Rasmussen. He is taking on, I can't quite tell who he is matching up against, but it looks like they are just gone to straps, and there's maybe an elbow foul that has taken place, so they are being reset. So they're running 2 tables at this event, so very interesting job of what they're doing with this stream. So we've got 2 tables happening at the same time. Yes, I will do my best. I don't know everybody in the country that will be competing, but we will see what is happening here. And I'm just going to make sure that my stream is working. So just give me 1 sec. I'm just going to double check that I'm not just talking to myself, which I do like to do, but I don't need to do that right this minute. If no one's listening, that's fine. Okay, that does look like it is working. Great. Okay, no worries. It's awesome. All right, I'm going to jump back in. I've got a couple of multiple screens going at once. I'm trying to get the national titles happening so I can watch and I can see what's happening on that, as well as making sure that everything else is running properly. This is always the finer moments of a stream when you make sure everything's working properly at the very start. But we've got Phil Rasmussen on the left of screen. He is the Australian Arm Wrestling president. They have gone to straps. I think there is a couple of fouls that have taken place. Here we go, on the go. Phil taking the advantage here. He's been caught. Whether the other guy can get back from this position. A good match, a good battle going on here. Phil using his leg, using his leverage. Looks like he's going to take the win here. He's gone all the way down. Is this called? Oh, wow, an elbow foul. Oh, this is one of the things that frustrates me about the sport, where you can get the pin, but your elbow might slip off to the end of the pad right as the pin takes place. So it looks like that was a loss for President Phil right there, unfortunately. But good job, a good match. It was a lot of back and forth in that. They did go to straps. There was a couple of fouls, but it looks like President Phil did lose on fouls. I'm just going to put the link to the stream in the description of the chat here. So if anyone does want to come along and join in, they'll be able to see what's happening. Just give me 1 sec, guys. I will get this happening so people can see what I'm doing. This is always, as I said, the fun bit where somebody's sitting there trying to desperately commentate on action at the same time to make sure everything's running properly. This is probably why a lot of the high-end Hollywood places, or even streams, they might have a producer that would do this stuff on their behalf, but that's all right. We'll do this at the same time. So we'll go to the channel. We've got matches happening on screen at the moment. I am trying to watch both. I believe they're running 2 separate classes at the same time. So trying to run through everything a bit quicker, which is always a smart move when you've got a national tournament or a tournament where there is many competitors. I'm just going to post this link into the stream and just let everyone know that we are live on my channel. Come join the chat. There we go. All right. Now, on the right-hand side of the screen, the table, the guy on the right-hand side, he came down to our SA Titans Club recently. He was looking to purchase a vehicle, but he is a very good top roller, and he gets the win there. Fantastic job. The other fellow looked like he was trying to get a slip, but too strong and too big of a hand for him to be able to get that slip. So well done to God. I did meet this guy, and his name is just escaping me. But he has a very good, very strong top roll, and he's a big hand as well. So well done to him. So he's moving on in the tournament there. Left-hand side of screen, we've got it's two different weight classes, obviously. I think the under 90s are on the right-hand side, and maybe the under 80s is what's happening on the left. And these are right arm matches as well. Just flick that up so I can see the chat if people are in here. Great to see that Australian arm wrestling is getting streaming and everything happening. And wow, 2 fast pins there. So this is usually what you'll get in the early rounds of a tournament, is that you sort of got to work your way through the inexperienced or lesser competition before you start heading towards the very strong pullers. And ideally, you'd want to get the number 1 versus the number 2 in the final in terms of seeding. And that is, it's really frustrating me that I can't remember the guy's name on the right-hand side of the screen. Lovely guy. And I wonder if he did actually make the vehicle purchase that he came down to South Australia for. But he has, you look out for this high top roll. His hand is enormous, and he should go quite far in this tournament. We did lose the sound for a little while, but it does appear to have come back now. So I'm watching the right-hand side of screen. Look for the high top roll here. Oh, he did get out of position, missed the start, and losing to a very quick start there. So good job. Well done to the opponent there. Yes, the sound has come back to the stream. We're getting some lovely final countdown. They bring out all the 80s classics, I've noticed, on their music stream. So I'm just going to flip this around so I can see what's happening on. Here we go. We've got a couple of people that have commented. We've got Performance Enhancing Pancakes. Hey, what's up, man? Hey, how are you, mate? I always see you in every arm wrestling stream around the world, so thank you for joining in here. We are watching the national titles in Australia. I put the link in the description if you wanted to have a look at that. And we've also got Trent Taylor has jumped in as well, and he said, mate, and I'm guessing and I'm wondering if that's the Trent from South Australia that does come down and wreck some of our guys down here in the SA Titans Club. If it is, maybe just say, this is me, I am Trent, and I will continue to destroy your opponents in your SA Arm Wrestling Titans Club. So nice to see both of you in here. I'm just trying to set up my screen so I can see the chat and I can see the screen at the same time. All right, let's get that back there. Just got to move a couple of things so I can see everything that I need to see. All right, what are we doing here? Last thing I want to do is be sitting here just playing around with my setup. But there we go. Okay, Trent says, yes, that's me. Hello, Trent. Nice to see you on the stream here. If you are watching the Nationals on the YouTube channel as well, let us know, were you considering going to the tournament? Is this something that you would be looking at doing in the future? And I think you've got the talent. You've definitely got a lot of skill, especially for training, a few hours away from the club. You've definitely got a natural talent, and you did quite well in our Titans Open tournament that we had recently, and you've also done very well in the Titans Super Matches that you've competed in. So good to see you on here, and let us know if you would consider competing in the national tournament in the future. All right. So Simon is the fellow that is in the wheelchair there. He is he's actually an incredible arm wrestler. This guy, you'll see him in nearly every national, every state tournament. He does an amazing job. Very, very quick off the start and an incredibly strong wrist. So he's been around the scene for quite a while. I think he's having I don't know if this is a real match or if they're just messing around, but I think it is a real match. He's got against the president of the Australian Arm Wrestling Federation, Phil Rasmussen. He is taking on Simon there. So it looks like they're getting set up here. Phil should be the favorite here, but wow. Okay, I don't know what happened there, but Phil did, maybe he tried to slip underneath and he ended up getting pinned on his way out. Maybe he thought that the wrist wouldn't be as strong as it was when he went to hit through. Or maybe he just wanted to jump back onto the commentary and get back on the microphone there. But Yeah, that was a surprise to me. Yes, performance enhancing pancakes. I was, I don't know, I'm a little, I don't know. Phil put it in 100% there. That didn't look like to me like he was trying as hard as he possibly could in that match. Yes, well, that's the way it goes. I mean, I hope he wasn't laying down, but I would have expected that match to have been a bit more in Phil's favour. But that's the way it goes sometimes. It looks like we're finishing up one of the divisions. I think it's the under 80s on the right that we're watching. And I think the under 90s was the class that was on the right-hand side of screen. Is that Ryan's child? That's classic. That's great. Yes, Ryan Bowen getting the shout out there. He's Ryan Bowen's child on the left-hand side of the screen does possess familiar attributes to that of Ryan Blue Bowen. So yes, we'll see how he goes here. Whether he is as good as Blue. Here he goes. He gets this start. He has a dominant wrist position. Yes, very good. Oh, he was going to roll in for the press. Didn't need to in the end. So well done. And yes, the Ryan Bowen's child moves on in the tournament. All right. Looks like we're going to be running the under 100 kilo class on the right-hand side of screen. So Sam Burnett making his appearance here. He'll be taking on a bloke called Gary, who looks very, very muscular there. Oh, that's on the left-hand side of screen. Sorry, I'm mixing up my people here. Sam Burnett is on the left-hand side of screen in the blue and black top. And here we go. We're about to get started. It is always difficult when you've got multiple tables going to be able to focus on one table at the correct time to see what's actually happening. But I would say Sam Burnett would be a heavy favourite in this match and to take out the entire division, really. It'd be nice if the down referee would sort of move out the way of the camera there. We could see what's happening. But I think they are getting ready for the strap. Whether they both agreed to the strap, I don't think I saw a slip. So excellent match happening on the left-hand side of screen, but they do end up in a slip. Now we're going back to the left-hand side with Sam Burnett. My stream has paused for a second. It is loading. Having a little bit of trouble with their stream today. Has paused a few times, and we've lost sound a few times, unfortunately, which is, not what you want to see. But it has come back now, and we're about to see Sam Burnett on the left-hand side of screen. He is about to have his match. First time I've seen Sam today, although he might have competed on the left, but I did not see that part of the tournament. So we're getting closed, and there we go. Sam, way too strong. Yes, he will be the heavy favourite to take out this division. Well, there you go. Alfred Corker and Dave Chapman. Thank you, President Phil, for helping me out with the names. Brandon, hello, Brandon. You need your daily dose of Hollywood? Well, I can give you a double bicep just for you, Brandon. No one else gets to see it. If anyone else is looking, this is not for you. This is just for Brandon. All right. Yeah, so I believe that's the under 100 kilo class on the right-hand side of screen, and it looks like the under 80 still on the left-hand side of screen. So I would say the under 80s obviously has a lot more competitors in that division. And here we go. We've got a solid match happening. He's lost his wrist. He's trying to slip under. Slips underneath. Is that a loss? No, they're going to call that a legitimate slip. Was a slip underneath. I guess I don't know which rule set they're running with, but usually slipping underneath in a neutral losing position is a loss, but it does appear that they have decided to go straight for the strap there. Brandon says next level genetics. That must be on the Ryan Bowen's child. fellow that was competing earlier. So, yes, he is looking strong. We'll see how far he can progress in this tournament. Got an excellent match happening. They turned into the hook here. They're both stuck in the middle. This is an excellent match taking place here. This is a war. They're right in the middle of the table. I'd say the guy on the left-hand side of screen, is in a more favourable position with able to use his body weight more than the guy that was on the right-hand side of screen. But we're about to see the strap match take place. The fellow in the yellow shirt, he has dominant position. He's almost sitting under the table and trying to get this pin. Well done. For Corker. I do apologise for not knowing everybody's names, but I do know that is Mario Chambarkas on the right-hand side of screen, a heavy favourite to go very far in this competition. He will be the heavy favourite in this match, and that is why, as you can see, make them all straps, says Dave Stockbridge. I agree, Dave. That's how we ran our Titans Open tournament. And it was a big success. I really enjoyed the fact that we didn't have to rely on people slipping, which is always frustrating as a viewer. So, yes, we did start in the straps every single match, and I actually really preferred it. If anyone has any thoughts on that, let me know in the comments. What did you think of the starting in straps? That this is something that I have seen about 4 times take place throughout the year in the USA. The people are pushing strap-only matches, and I do feel that this will be the future of the sport, mainly because of the viewership side of things. If you are putting together an arm wrestling tournament and you want people to watch and enjoy it and make it available for consumers, and you have the audience in mind, slips are incredibly frustrating to watch. It leaves a bad taste in the mouth because somebody snuck away from losing is usually the case, or they got set up for ages and they ended up just going to straps anyway. Wow. Whoa, Ryan Bowen's child there, not able to overcome Simon. His wrist is very, very strong. He does seem to have the one lane, but he is incredibly strong in that lane. What was this comment here? It was Trent says, when was Ash's match? Goku. He had his match in the under 70s division and unfortunately did not come away with the wins there. Said that his arm is in a little bit of pain, so hopefully he is okay, not injured. But it's always good to go over and compete in a tournament, especially with this many competitors, because even if you go 0-2, you can still stick around and hopefully get on the table with some of the best in the country and have a good time. And most of the people in the arm wrestling community are very nice people. So regardless as to your performance in the tournament, you can still go and have a great time. Dave Stockbridge saying, it is the future. I agree with you, Dave. I think that as we did with our Titans Open tournament, the strap, the auto strap, the starting and strap is definitely a favoured method. We've got another hook battle going on here on the right-hand side of screen. Seems to me the guy in the green likes to get in the hook position, but then he allows his arm to extend away from his body, although both of them seem to be doing that. I think if he can bring his shoulder back up towards his hand. Oh, they've been warned about the shoulder being below the table. That's a good move there by Oz, the referee. He is an experienced arm wrestler and an excellent referee. Definitely a crazy battle going on here. They were watching that humorist very closely. He's trying to get up and get the press, and he did. Well done. Great match. Great match. Arm wrestling must evolve. I agree with you 100%, Dave Stockbridge. And that is the reason I feel that our tournament was a success. Performance enhancing pancakes. The legend, the man that is on every arm wrestling stream around the world. I think if you have 2 top rollers, you should have an auto strap. Absolutely. It always seems that every 2 top rollers that gets together, both their hands just swip instantly apart and you go to strap regardless. So it was nice of Ryan's child to allow his opponent to win. Yes, absolutely. The classic. I hope that he does end up getting that nickname. Why is the live stream such a poor quality? It is frustrating to see that they had a lot of opportunity, a lot of time to get this together. Actually, I'm just going to comment on this match here. We've got Brett Coots on the right-hand side of screen. He will be a heavy favourite in this division. Looking very solid, very lean. And looks like he's trying to get the slip. Whether he can hold his opponent here, he's trying to get a press. I think this will probably end up in a slip. And they're probably just going to go to straps, which is exactly what the problem was. Yeah, there we go. That's exactly what we thought would happen. And that's why you just got to bloody start in the strap, because this is kind of ridiculous that these bloody slips, they just frustrate me. Yes, why is the live stream poor quality? Oh, it is frustrating that you've got the national federation for the Australian arm wrestling titles, and it would be nice if they had really set up something with commentary, something that we did with our tournament, where you have the commentators pictured on screen, and having multiple tables for an event. Personally, I think it's a mistake. Obviously, if you're going to run multiple tables because you've got so many competitors, that's fine. You need to do that to be able to get through the list, but you need to have a featured table which is on stream, and you want to put your high-profile people only on that featured table, regardless of the weight division. It's like if you are a big name, get on that table in the middle. And here we have an amazing match happening with Brett Coots here, and he manages to hold on and get the win in a press position. Excellent match taking place there. How would I do it differently, says Dave Stockbridge? Well, as I just said, we would have had the one premier table. That is the only table that would have been on stream. You wouldn't have had the off tables, the side tables, as I call them. Anybody with a name, anyone that is a potential more interesting match, put that on the premier table in the middle. That is the only thing you should be showing on stream. The best stuff, put the best stuff in front of your audience. Right at the moment, we've got multiple tables happening with a lot of unknowns, which is making it difficult to people because you're trying to watch two different things at the same time. So we've got Simon on the left-hand side of the screen. I'm just going to commentate on that match for a second. And he is in a very good position. He's unable to use a lot of his leverage with body weight, obviously, because of the position that he is in. But he did a fantastic job, wasn't able to finish. Mario Timbarkis, too strong on the right. He should almost just start in the final. He is an unbelievable arm wrestler, and it's almost a formality to get him all the way through these division. But he will be in the final for sure. Dave Stockbridge says, I missed one here, sorry. We have two tables simultaneously, a good live. No, it isn't. Have one table, one premier table. Put the best matches on that table. The next match. I've lost sound again for the stream. That's okay. We'll keep talking here. Adam Hasty says, I've got visitors. I have to bail on you. And you're a bloody good and going live. Thank you, Adam. Lovely to see you on here. You've been a big supporter of arm wrestling around the world. I see you on the channels throughout all streams across every event. So thank you again for being here, and I hope you enjoy your visitors that are coming to see you today. What else have we got? Dave, they had 2 years. They did have 2 years. It is a little frustrating that the stream, which is, a large part of the way that a lot of people do consume arm wrestling, wasn't set up in a better fashion. I can only sort of see half of the background they've got there. And I am trying to sort of watch the matches at the same time. So I'm trying to get through the comments in between matches, but it is a little difficult with the two tables there. But these are the preliminary rounds. So it's not until we start getting towards the finals that you'll really start to see some of the bigger names taking place. And who we got here? We've got Adam Hasty. The channel's doing awesome. He's talking about performance-enhancing pancakes. And yes, well done, performance-enhancing pancakes. He is doing a fantastic job, and lovely to see him on the channel here. He's obviously enjoying the Australian Arm Wrestling Federation national titles which is taking place. If you do want to see that, you can see that on the link that is in my description there. We are the juniors. The juniors, unfortunately, not able to attend if you're under 18, which was a very frustrating side of this event, that anybody under the age of 18 was not able to attend the event because of the location. The Star Casino did change their laws that anybody under the age of 18 was not able to enter the premise, and they were not able to find a new location fast enough. unfortunately, this is the result of that, is that anybody under the age of 18 was not able to attend, and which was very frustrating because we do have some amazing juniors in our country. Hamza the Hammer Hodzic was unable to attend, and he was obviously from our club here in South Australia. But Jamie Barrett in Queensland also unable to attend and compete. And I do believe a few of the Burnett brothers are under the age of 18, so they would not be able to compete either. Very frustrating, and would have liked to have seen them be able to mitigate that and find a new location, but unable to do that in the time frame given. Dave Stockbridge, how could they leave the juniors out of the tournament and not expose them to the best competitors at the Artipool? Yeah, it is frustrating, Dave. I did run through that one, and I do agree with you 100%. Crazy match, that's probably the one that we saw a few minutes ago, and it was more than likely maybe Brett Coots, who is a very, very strong under 100 kilo arm wrestler, and he will be one of the favorites to go into the finals, most likely against Mario Tembarkis. I would say Mario is probably the favorite on this, given that Brett Coots is a phenomenal arm wrestler, but he is more of a left arm specialist. And Adam Hasty, Performance Enhancing Pancakes, is saying a thank you to Adam Hasty for the compliment. Is the Matt Connolly Classic the best name you've ever heard for a tournament? Oh, well, I love that you were pushing for that. We did end up going for the Titans Open, but we did end up going with Titans Open instead of the Matt Connolly Classic, as Mr. Dave Stockbridge was pushing to try to get happening. But yes, I did feel that I haven't accomplished enough in arm wrestling to name a tournament after myself. It's sort of like the Arnold Classic, Arnold Schwarzenegger being the icon of bodybuilding, and then it's like, okay, you want to put your tournament together and then have a big show, that's fair enough. We'll call it the Arnold. But to have the Matt Connolly Classic, I think it's like, who is that? It's a very average arm wrestler from South Australia. But no, we did end up going with the Titans Open. So and a big success. But thank you again to Dave Stockbridge of Real Estate Agents Group for putting that together. And you can see his logo on our shoulders there, and he has been the turning point for us to find success in the arm wrestling world for our club. And Performance Enhancing Pancakes says he loves the Aussies. Well, we love watching arm wrestling, and we'll watch anything and everything that's around the world. And obviously the Americans and the Europeans have the dominant force from around the world, and we are doing our best to catch up. So lovely to see you on the channel. Strange that Melbourne didn't have an alternative. That Melbourne didn't have an alternative. Yeah, well, I believe they wanted to run it in Sydney regardless. Yes, frustrating. I guess they had deals running, or they had a deal with the Star Casino. Would have loved to have seen the juniors being able to compete, but unfortunately they were not able to move the venue in the time frame that was given. So we were left with under 18s not being able to compete on the show. And Dave Stockbridge says, I'm a big fan of your podcast. Well, thank you, Dave. Dave Stockbridge is my podcast partner on the Daily Combat podcast, which you can enjoy. It's on YouTube, Spotify, all the good podcast platforms, none of the bad ones, only the good ones. And we talk to many different types of guests about all things combat sports related, and we do have different style of guests where we say that each day is a daily combat of the first challenge, just being able to get out of bed. So we haven't restricted ourselves to just saying it's combat sports. So we have powerlifters, we have bodybuilders, we have IFBB judges, we have all sorts of people from any sort of discipline that requires a lot of effort, a lot of sacrifice. We will be happy to hear their story. And this Friday, we had a fantastic guest of Matt Burke in, and he is a supplement expert. Well, he would not call himself an expert. He did say that many times, I'm not an expert, which we decided to continuously tell him that he is an expert in this topic, which was obviously a good little bit of fun for us. But he was an excellent guest that that podcast, the audio version is already out, and the video version will be out today. I've just got to finish uploading it and putting all the titles together and getting that all together, but that will be on and available soon for your viewing pleasure. Performance Enhancing Pancake says, I agree, Mario is the favourite in my opinion, and I agree with you too. You will watch him steamroll the competition all the way through until the very final, and I would say that he will probably be, I'm not sure if they're doing overalls. That would be great if they did, or if they're just sticking with under 100 kilos and saying that that is the limit. Boardroom, hello, Boardroom. He says, hello, with a winky smiley face. Hello to you too, sir. I do see you around the world in your arm wrestling streams. You're a big fan, obviously, and lovely to see you here. We are watching the arm wrestling national Australian titles taking place in Sydney at the Star Casino at the moment. And we've got one table happening on stream, which I think a couple of guys, they're just maybe warming up here. I don't think that they're actually having a match. They might just be warming up or goofing around. But we just saw what I believe was the under 100 kilos class and the under 80s kilo class. So we might be heading to the finals of that. Yeah, a couple of guys just sort of messing around there on the screen. But I did put the link in the description there if you are interested in popping along and seeing what it is that I am talking about. Trent says, where's my logo? Yes, well, it takes a little while to put everything together. And as I think you know, I don't have a lot of free time. And every time I do get free time, I do put it towards the Arm Wrestling Club. And I have about 6 videos that I'm working on currently. This week has been a very, very a busy week for me. And it is exciting that you are interested in the club and excited about getting your logo and your T-shirt and your design and everything put together. And I am working on things when I get the chance. And as I said, every single moment that I get that is free, I do put it towards spending it on the Arm Wrestling Club. So it is a passion of mine, obviously, and lovely to see you here in the chat, and hope that you are able to get down to the SA Titans Arm Wrestling Club again soon and take on somebody in another super match. Oh, we've got some crocodiles from from Trent. I don't know what the crocodiles mean, but sure. And yes, all good. Awesome shirts. Love the shirts. Fantastic. Yes, we'll get a shirt design for you up soon. I do have to contact the graphic designer and get him to make them all. And I try to get maybe 4 or 5 done at the same time to reduce my expenses to get that happening. And then it does take a couple of hours for me to sort of get the designs put on the shirts to be able to put them up on the website. So it is a little bit of a complex process, but we do get there in the end. And yours is definitely one of the next that will be done. So fantastic. All right. Boardroom says, will you play Kratos from God of War? Well, we actually have Dave Stockbridge from Real Estate Agents Group. He is the sponsor of the Arm Wrestling Club, and he looks incredibly like Kratos from the God of War series, and that is, in fact, his arm wrestling nickname is Kratos. And I've sort of switched it up to God of War because a lot of people don't actually know what Kratos is unless they've played the game. So I've switched him a little bit to God of War, but he looks very, very identical to Kratos, just without the war paint and the blood and the axes. But if you were going to hire someone to play the role, it would be Dave Stockbridge for sure. Performance Enhancing Pancakes. Every tournament has at least one moment where people run up on the table during a break and then get kicked off. Shows how addicting this sport is. Absolutely, they must not have the side tables set up, which is something that that we did. Again, these are the things that the lessons that I try to take place when or take away whenever I go to an arm wrestling event. This is something that was frustrating me. When we went to the Over the Top tournament, they literally didn't have any side tables at all, like none, and that they set one up for people to warm up on, which they had hidden out the back, and a few people who had used that for about an hour, and then we went to use that to warm up for our side of the tournament, and they actually literally took the table away and said, no, people are watching you guys instead of watching the matches taking place on the stream. And it was like, we need to warm up for the tournament. I was a little frustrated with that, especially afterwards, the after pools. I mean, if you have finished your matches and you're waiting for the tournament to finish so that, you can get on the table with some of the best guys from your state or best guys from around the country, and you want to be able to just, enjoy yourself. And it's like, hey, I'm here. I lost 0-2. Like, I've been on the table for like less than 30 seconds. And I want to just and I love arm wrestling. I want to arm wrestle everyone. And then after the event happens, they've got one table or two tables and like 40 people that want to get on there and pull. It's very frustrating because I literally, when I went up to the over the top tournament, I didn't get on the table at all for the after pulls, and there was some of the best guys in the world there. Well, best guys in Australia and some of the best guys that were around the world that did come along, and I didn't get on the table at all. There was two tables for after pulling. So frustrated with that. So that at the Titans Open, I had 7 tables, which Dave Stockbridge did help set up. 7 tables there the entire time. So anyone that was coming along that was just there to watch, or they were just with their friends, and somebody was competing in the tournament and they had lost, they went 0-2, and it's like they can jump on the table with their friends and family that came along to support them, and they can show them what they were doing, and they can actually have fun and mess around. I don't need people to be standing there to watch the tournament. There's no pressure on someone to sit there and have an audience, because when good matches start taking place, people will naturally come over and start watching the event regardless. Because Jake Ward, the Aussie arm wrestler, he did come along to commentate that event with me, and he did say, I don't think having the side tables set up is a good idea because people aren't going to watch the event. And I'm like, they'll watch the event when there's good matches on, where there's people that they're interested in seeing. But the advantage of having the tables there set up the whole time is that anyone that comes along that is just seeing arm wrestling for the first time, or their friends or family of somebody who's competing, they can actually try out arm wrestling right there and then. They don't have to wait for the after pulling. They can just get on and have fun. That's the whole point of this, is that it's supposed to be fun. Come along, have a great time. That's the whole point. I'd rather people come along and have a great time than win the tournament. Trent's going up to Shane's tomorrow. Shane Opie, a veteran in the arm wrestling world. Lovely to see that you're able to get up and do some training with him. He is an excellent guy, a wonderful person, and we always enjoy seeing him whenever he does make it down to the arm wrestling club. All right. Kratos is watching. He is watching. Dave Stockbridge, the man, the god of war. You can see from his little profile picture there, that man looks more like Kratos than I ever will. And that is why he carries that nickname. Craziness. I believe that was where I was talking about the after pulling tables. So thank you, Dave, for agreeing with that. I always thought that the UFC fighter actor Andrei Arlovsky looks just like Kratos. I agree with you. I think he does. He definitely has those attributes. He has the beard going. I just think that he probably wouldn't be able to play the role due to his accent. He does struggle with English a little bit, but a phenomenal UFC fighter. One of my favorites, the Pitbull, Andrei Arlovsky, did sit out for a little bit too long for contract negotiations when he was the heavyweight champion. A little frustrating there that he had an opportunity to take big fights and decided to sort of sit on the sidelines to sit out of his contract. Ended up going over and fighting Fedor, was winning that fight, ended up jumping for some stupid reason, trying to get a flying knee, I think, getting knocked out by a punch in the air, in midair, by Fedor Emelianenko. So, yes, and his career was sort of never the same. He developed a little bit of I don't want to sound negative here, but he developed a bit of a glass jaw after that, and he got knocked out pretty much by every single flurry of punches thrown towards him. Even if they sort of whistled past him, he seemed to get knocked out by them. So he became a very, very hesitant fighter after that. But, yes, big fan of the Pitbull. He had all the tools, but he sort of lost a little bit of his power from his diminished chin. And performance-enhancing pancakes, the legend, the man with the growing YouTube channel, says that, yes, sometimes after pulling is the most fun. So I just have my camera's in front of my screen, so I need to look past it, because I wanted to put it here so I could see you guys. I wanted to look into the camera, and if it was up there, then I'm looking up and it feels unnatural and I can't see the screen. And if I have it to the side, I want to look at the screen. Anyway, it's right in front of my screen now. So if you see me sort of ducking and weaving, I'm trying to read your comments. So, yes, sometimes after pulling is the most fun part. So cool, you can just pull with the top guys like that. No other sport has that. And I completely agree. This is one of the highlights of the sport, is that everyone is so friendly and welcoming that you can lose to somebody and they can literally just jump on the table with you and show you exactly how they beat you and what you should do to stop them from being able to beat you. It's fantastic. I mean, I had a super match with Lass Botha, and then I drove him home afterwards. It's that sort of fun, friendly atmosphere. It was you're being 100% serious in the match. You want to do everything you can to win. But outside of super competitive moments, it is very friendly and fun, and we always have a great time and a lot of laughs. And we're trying to keep a really welcoming atmosphere for anybody who does come along and try arm wrestling for the first time. I'm the arm wrestling preacher. Yes, well, as we said, Dave, you're commentating on multiple accounts I see here. You've switched from Facebook to the YouTube here. You can see Dave does have a different profile photo for his YouTube channel, but he does still look like Kratos no matter what he does. He does have that look. And yes, Kratos, the God of War, a fitting nickname for Mr. Stockbridge there. Looks like we've got the big heavyweight guys on the right-hand side of screen with an elbow foul taking place on the left-hand side. Should have been a loss, I think, because he elbow fouled as he was losing, which is one of those rules I just don't agree with. If you're losing and you foul, too bad, you lose. That's what I think. That's why we have running fouls. If you foul as you lose, you lose. None of this restarts. Oh, I'm about to lose. Let me foul and get a restart. That's just ridiculous. A lot of elements of this sport that need to be corrected. There was another elbow foul there. That's got to be a win. Thank you very much. All right. And who we got here? We have performance-enhancing pancakes. The camera angle is perfect. Don't worry. Yeah, absolutely. It is difficult trying to watch two different matches taking place at the same time, especially with a lot of unknowns to me from around the country. I don't know everybody in the sport, but we're doing our best and we're enjoying ourselves here watching the Australian national titles take place and the women on the left-hand side of screen. Great to see that women are getting into the sport. And what we got there was trying to be a press, which ended up in a slip. We have a strap, no elbow fouls called, which is good. Bloody hate the fouls. Big guys on the right-hand side of screen. They're very carved, both of them. They'll need to straighten those wrists out because both guys are pointed almost directly instead of facing your opponent, they both have like a 45-degree angle. As you can see, my stream has dropped again. I don't know if everyone else's has. It's come back now. Oh, and I missed the match, so I don't know what happened there. If anyone can let me know what happened, but I had two people on the screen, and then the match, the stream paused, and now they've disappeared. So, no idea what happened there. But the women are still getting set up. They're in the straps, arguing about the hand position. They look pretty fair there. Both girls in good positions. The girl on the right of screen, her feet positioning, I do not like. The fact that she is standing 1 foot next to the other, she might be in danger here. Makes it very difficult to add your body weight and leverage when you have 1 foot next to each other. Maybe new to the sport. Yeah, and there we go. So that's one of the things that you will learn on your very first pull if you are with a good teacher, is the way that you are standing is vital to being able to use the leverage and your body weight when arm wrestling. And you will see nearly every single person that comes up will put their right foot deep under the table and their left foot back under the table if they are experienced and they know what they're doing when pulling a right-armed match, because it allows you to use your body weight. The difference that you will see in feet positioning is the girl that's on the left-hand side of screen there, putting her foot up against the pole. Usually when people are doing that, they are trying to press and they are going more sideways than backwards. So keep an eye on your opponent's feet positioning when they are getting up to the table. It's a little sneaky technique that you can do there. If you allow them to get set up first, then just have a quick duck under the table, have a look at their feet positioning. It will actually tell you whether or not they are going to press or if they are going to top roll. Some heavy guys on the right-hand side of screen there. Both look like 140 kilos of power. Left-hand side of screen, we've got another big top roll that happens for the girls division there. Performance enhancing pancake says, or if you're cheeky, the King's move. You might move your left foot forwards. Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, absolutely. Well, it's one of those things that a lot of people will never really discuss or give us a tip. Watch your opponent's feet. Have a look at the girl on the left-hand side of screen. What is she doing with her feet there? She has both feet in a very weird position. I think she's going to try and press. I don't think I've ever seen somebody stand that way before. But the chest positioning and her shoulder, it looks like she's about to press. The other girl looks like she's going to top roll. And what do we got here? Arguing over the grip. What do we think, guys? Is she going to try and press? I think that the press is a 99% guarantee here. But whether or not the opponent has picked up on that's what she's trying to do, they're going to get their hands closed. It's a strange feet positioning. I've probably never seen that before. She's going to press. Unable to get her body weight behind her hand. Yeah, great to see women competing in the tournament and the nationals having representation. And yeah, I think that regardless as to your wrist and forearm strength, something that people do miss as something they can add to really, really add strength to their pool and adding leverage is where your body put your feet. And if you get that wrong to start with, you are going to be struggling big time. Oh, that's got to be a loss on the left-hand side. Oh, come on. Are they doing all slips to strap? She was about a millimeter away from getting pinned when she got that slip. Isn't it? Slip in a losing position is a loss. I bloody hate slips, I got to tell you. I know I'm being a bit more passionate here. It just frustrates the crap out of me. Hulk versus Superman. Superman's going to win. Superman is ridiculously strong. The Hulk is crazy strong as well. It's a good match. But I think Superman being able to take the blast of a nuclear bomb and performing some of this, yes, in an arm wrestling match, it's like I did grasp the concept of the question there. It's always fun to have those. Ethan there. I do recognize Ethan on the right-hand side of screen. He is a familiar training partner with Ryan Bowen, and he was able to get a very fast, quick top roll win there. Yes, Hulk versus Superman. Let's get back to the important questions here. Two fictional characters, but yes, the Hulk being ridiculously strong. I guess it depends on which version of the character that you talk about because there's multiple different interpretations of them. But yes, you can see. I mean, obviously, if you're just talking pure strength, the Hulk is crazy strong. But Superman, I think, has the ability to increase. I just think he's just got more feats of strength in his repertoire in history than the Hulk has. And the Hulk is just pure strength, whereas Superman has strength universally. It's a silly conversation, really, because it's fictional. But whoever is your favorite will pick that one. I do like the question of who would win in a race, the Flash or Superman. And you'd have to say the Flash. You have to say the Flash. The reason you're going to say the Flash is, what's the point of the Flash if Superman's faster than him? That's his only superpower, is being ridiculously fast. And it's like Superman goes, yeah, I'm faster than you. It's like, point of the Flash is kind of like negated. All right, performance enhancing pancakes. Thank you again for jumping on and making a comment here. I think the started straps, I completely agree. This is why we started the straps for our tournament. Because if you're an open top roller, you'll probably always get called in a slip in a losing position, even if you would have won in straps. That's true. And it's frustrating. There's a lot of elements to the sport that need to be adjusted. I believe that it is still in its growth period, in its grassroots era, and there are adjustments that will be made throughout the next few years, and there will be a dominant force, a dominant promotion that gets the formula correct, and that will be the future of the sport, whether that is starting in straps. Wow, that guy was fast on the right-hand side. Lachlan Carpenter, I didn't recognize him with glasses. I didn't know he wore glasses. I believe, I was wondering if that was Kaylee on the left-hand side of screen, one of the ladies from South Australia, but couldn't quite tell from the angle that I had there. Hulk in a hook. That's fantastic. Yeah, he'd probably be a hooker. Absolutely. Basically, Superman is just made better. Yeah, well, this is actually one of the comments that I've made in a forum. I'm a forum administrator for USA Today in the MMAJunkie.com website, which is obviously about the UFC and Bellator and all the, oh, wow, we're getting a fired-up match here. I'm going to interrupt myself here. I'm going to watch Tom Uglessia. He is fired up for this match on the right-hand side of screen, the super heavyweights. Both carved at the moment. Got to fix up those shoulders, or maybe it's just me with the camera angle, but they both look very much pointed not towards their opponent, but to the opponent's shoulder. Oh, he's got the press. Did he catch him as he was trying to slip? Or did he get a slip? What happened there? I'm not sure what happened, whether that was a false start or... Not sure what happened in that position, but we're getting a restart for some reason. But Tom was fired up. He was slapping the pads leading into this match. So we're getting a bit of arguing with the referee, with Oz. He's a very experienced referee, great guy, Oz. He will be able to take control of the setup here, and we should see a fair start. So we've got Tom on the right-hand side of screen. A veteran. The first person I ever arm wrestled was Tom, getting a slip. Literally the very first person I ever arm wrestled was Tom. You guys here on the right-hand side of screen, the man with the big beard, big grey beard. Fantastic guy. Was at the Arnold Expo in Melbourne. They had their table set up. I was watching in the crowd. He called me over and said, give it a go. And I said, yes, okay. I wanted to. And I think he could see that I wanted to. And he was the man. Very first person I ever arm wrestled. It was him, and then it was Tim Graham, and then it was Devin Larratt straight after that. So, you start with the best in the country, and then you move your way up to the best in the world within your first three goes in arm wrestling. So, thank you again to Tom Uglessia. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here, and you guys wouldn't be here either, because this channel wouldn't exist without the exploits of that man's moment where he called me over to try arm wrestling for the first time. In the strap, he has the top roll. We've got a foul, an elbow foul. He's trying to get the press. Oh, it's a win. Okay, he must have false started in that first area, which is why they got that restart, which would have been the first foul, and then the second foul was right then when he got the elbow. So he'll either be moving into the elimination bracket, or he might have been eliminated already. I think that was the first time we saw Tom, so he's probably moved on to the elimination bracket. Basically, Superman's just made better. I do agree. And this is, as I said, one of the topics that I highlighted. He has too many powers. He's got too much X-ray vision. He's got speed. He's got cold breath. He's invulnerable to bullets. He can fly, super fast. The heat vision. He can hear, super hearing. I mean, he's way overpowered. And the problem is finding opponents that are worthy to be able to challenge him. And then you've got to get international universal aliens or whatever for him to have a challenge. But as far as on Earth, this man is unmatched. Too many powers for Superman. All right, we are seeing the super heavyweights on the right-hand side of screen. They're going to slip. Yep. Always. All right. Performance-enhancing pancakes. It may be difficult to secure the shoulder commitment. With the size of his muscles, I think Superman would have better fundamental. Oh, shit. I love the fact that we're even discussing this because it's just two fictional characters. Yeah, maybe the Hulk just couldn't actually get his shoulder in position correctly. There would have to be a giant table, I can tell you that. That guy is enormous. Even trying to take hold of his hand, your hand would just bloody disappear into it. So, yes, fun little discussion. And performance-enhancing pancake says, oh, you pulled Devon? That's so cool. It was cool. It was an amazing experience. So I did pull Tom Uglesio in Melbourne for the very first time I experienced arm wrestling. Obviously, I'm from Adelaide, went back to Adelaide, and I was going to go up to the arm wrestling club, but it was a long way from where I live. And I was still interested, but I was part of the Facebook group, and they put a post up that Devon Larratt was coming through Australia doing seminars. And I thought, my God, I've got to see Devon Larratt. I'm not going to miss out on this opportunity. Again, it was bloody 3 hours drive away from where I live, but that's fine. And I actually remember driving there. I was about an hour into the trip, and my wife rang me and said, you're going where to do what? With who? So it's like, I'm going to do arm wrestling in the middle of the country with Devon Larratt, Canadian world champion. She's like, all right. We'll have fun. So obviously went along, met Devon. He was amazing. He arm wrestled and destroyed all of us like it was nothing. He was there for like 4 hours. Tremendous guy, really friendly, lovely person. I'll always be a fan of Devon's, regardless as to his antics on table or any of those things. I think the guy is an absolute legend of the sport and a wonderful ambassador. So wonderful to meet him. Epic story. Yes, absolutely. And Goku, he is on it, dude. Yeah, as well. I missed that whole era. For me, Dragon Ball was just... so the cartoons that were on when I was a kid was the X-Men animated series, which was phenomenal. We had Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Again, amazing. Donatello was my favorite. We had Voltron. We had Astro Boy. Those were my Robotech. All those cartoons were my era. And when Dragon Ball started on TV, I probably had finished school at that point, and I missed that whole era. I haven't seen a single episode, to be honest, but I know who he is. But obviously, he's a very big fan of. A lot of people are very big fans of that animated series. A big anime fan when I was a kid. I watched a lot of the classics, and they are still holding up to these days, a lot of those movies. My favorite, actually, was Street Fighter 2, the animated movie. If you haven't seen that movie, fantastic. Go check that out. It's on YouTube now. And, try to find the English version. And a little fun fact is that Bryan Cranston, who was the star of Breaking Bad, actually did the voice of Fei Long in that movie. And the reason I like that movie so much is it is animated, but they made the moves all based on legitimate takedowns. They had Kimuras, they had chokes. Obviously, you've got your fantasy elements as well, where they had sonic booms and all that side of it and throwing fireballs. But the animation was fantastic. And fantastic movie. If you're into anime, go check that out. We've got the 100 kilos on the right-hand side here. And I believe the guy... This is probably the elimination bracket. 2 heavyweights here. Hey. I got to tell you, I'm so annoyed with slips. I just hate them. When I edit my super matches for our club, I just delete the slips. I'm not going to that up there because it annoys me so much. And I don't want the audience to be watching a match that's close and they're be excited to see the round, and you get both athletes go, and it's like, oh, they're into something here, and then they slipped. And people, like, whenever I show people a match that has a slip in it, they always go, when the slip occurs, they go, what happened? Who wins? There's confusion. I don't know what's going on. They go, they slipped, which means they have to get strapped together now. Oh, okay. Like it's just always like a contentious point. Starting the bloody strap. Here we go. He's got the body weight and the positioning, but he's lost his wrist. See how his wrist has gone palm up here. He's pointed towards the ceiling. The guy on the right-hand side staying closer to his shoulder is closer to his hand. He has hand control, which means that he has the dominant position. He's climbing through. Yeah, absolutely. Even though he had the lighter body weight, and that was why the opponent was able to win the center, he was able to win the hand position, reclimb, and get the pin. And Boardroom says that he has seen that one. Yeah, Street Fighter 2, the animated series, fantastic. A lot of people do rate Akira. I thought Akira was just weird. It just got weird for the sake of being weird. Ghost in the Shell was a fantastic animated movie, although the remake of that, well, not remake, but the Hollywood version just wasn't the same, wasn't good enough, didn't hold up. But the original animated Ghost in the Shell, fantastic. Yeah, so looks like we've got the super heavyweights that are taking place on the right-hand side. I'm interested to see if there's an overall title as well, as in the first, second place finishers go into the overall and they get the overall title. I don't think that does happen with the national titles. I think it's just you win your weight class and that's it, which is a little frustrating because, I love the fact that guys like John Brzezinski were able to win a lighter weight class and then go into the overall and then still win against the super heavyweights. And that was always a phenomenal aspect of his ability to dominate opponents. So that were much bigger and much stronger than him. So you miss out on the opportunity in these sort of rule sets. All right, we've got, I think that's Ethan on the right, left-hand side of screen. No, it's not. Excuse me. But he was very dominant, that fellow. He might from the Sydney Swans. I think that was the shirt he was wearing, but he managed to get the top roll position and 2 hits rolled straight through. So it is Kayla. Okay. So the ladies division taking place on the left-hand side of screen. They're probably heading towards the upper end of their bracket, their division there. So we should start to see some of the higher quality caliber opponents facing each other. Looking at the feet positioning, remember I was mentioning that before? See how that girl on the right-hand side in the black pants has wrapped her feet around the table? No, she's moved it back around now. Yeah, she's unsure of her feet positioning. Would have been better. Oh, did she? That's got to be a loss. Come on. Oh, God. How close do you have to be? Have they gone all slips of straps? Are there any losses in a losing position? That would be the classic example right there. You are a millimeter about to lose that match, and you slip underneath and get away with getting a restart. That's just frustrating. What do you guys think? I mean, seriously, that's got to be a loss. How can you not lose in that situation? I'm not saying anything bad about the competitors, but just my frustration. God damn it. How much do you need to... What better example do you need to be in a losing position to slip and to say that's a loss? All right, there we go. So we've got a top roll win. Frustrating thing for people that are in tournaments as well. Like, if you're pulling and you slip, like when your opponent slips in a losing position, they should lose, right? When they don't lose and they get a restart in a strap, not only do they get a chance to win again, but even if you're stronger than them, you have to waste more energy to get the pin. So going in a tournament situation, you've now had to pull twice instead of once to get that win. So you may lose matches later on in the day that you wouldn't have because you're exhausted because you had to pin somebody twice. Gil on the right-hand side of screen has that interesting feet position again. Oh, unfortunately unable to use it to her advantage in that. It's a strange feet position. I've never seen that before. Guys on the right-hand side, I believe this is the elimination bracket. And guy on the right in the green shawl looks like he's going to top roll. I believe that's Nicholas on the left. Oh, he's gone in the hook and getting the pin as he was unable to get away there. God, I hate the slip so much. I hate the fact that people have that ability to get away without losing. Most people, like, if they're streaming, they're not going to act this way. I'm just frustrated. I'm just telling you that I am frustrated about it. So if you're watching, I love the fact that you're here and watching with me. Please excuse my frustration. They do need an overall. I do agree with you, Mr. Stockbridge. Lovely to see that you're able to watch a bit of the stream, bit of the commentary as it's taking place today. And yes, an overall winner is always better than having just a division winner. And we've got, I believe the girl on the left-hand side will most likely win this match. Is not what I said. I didn't say that at all. I said that she'll probably lose this match. No, I've seen her pull before. She's a very strong top roll, but she got dominated right there. So I'm not going to make any more predictions. Oh my God, that was not good timing for me. Okay, well this lady with the interesting feet positioning. She's this is the third time she's pulled, so I don't know how they're doing this elimination because it should be double elimination, and I've seen her lose twice, but she's still on the table here. So I don't think they've changed divisions. I don't understand how she's managed to lose twice and still be pulling, but she seems to have lost her third time there. So we'll see how many times she can pull in the tournament before they either pick up that they've made a mistake with the draw or if they're doing triple elimination. But I don't know what's happening with that. We've got Ethan. This is the correct Ethan on the right-hand side of the screen, on the right, the far right with the, I was going to say the shorts, but they're both wearing shorts. He is a regular training partner of Ryan Blue Bowen. And they've gone to the straps here. A very strong top roller, and he is very explosive. It's one of those other things that people don't take into account when going in tournament pulling is that if your style is not explosive and you have a long endurance type style that requires your opponent getting tired to get your victory, it can work against you in a tournament format because by the time you get to the finals, you might be absolutely exhausted, where somebody that is explosive has just ripped through people over and over, and they've won matches within half a second, and you've had to do 30-second battles all the way up through until you get to the final. So, but here we go. I think we will see a very fast, explosive pin from Ethan on the right, and it will be up to his opponent to catch him and stop that from happening. Not happy with the setup there, Ethan, saying his hand is not high enough. Wants a high grip in a top roll position. I think the opponent is looking to low hand top roll. Oh, and he did catch Ethan there. He was able to stop his very fast top roll hit. Well done. Caught it about 2 inches away from the pad, so good work, good job. Preach Matt says performance enhancing pancakes. I believe you agree with me about the strap rule. It's just so frustrating to me. And one of the aspects of the sport that really just, I just every time I see it happen, it just pisses me off. And yeah, that guy's strong. Absolutely, I didn't expect that to happen. I didn't expect that to happen either. But it was incredible to see that he was able to recognize that he just needed to get that stop. And if he was able to get that stop on Ethan, then he could roll through for the win. And that is exactly what happened. But Ethan, explosive, and that is the thing when you are facing an explosive arm wrestler, you are trying to catch that hit. And if you're able to catch that hit, usually they don't have a lot more in the tank. They put everything into that first 1 to 2 seconds. If you are able to stop that, then you will roll through for the victory. We've got one of the top-level matches taking place here, the Superweights. We've got Tom Ugacia versus Lachlan Carpenter with the glasses, which was in disguise. I've never seen him wear them before, so I didn't realize it was him. But this will be a premier match taking place here. Tom Ugacia versus Lachlan Carpenter. I would say Lachlan is probably the favorite in this, but we shall see. They're getting put hands closed at the moment. Oz checking a couple of things. Oz, the referee, very experienced, great guy. Both look like they want to go high in their grip, and they're going to slip. There we go. Start the bloody strap. How many times do we have to see this happen? Every single time. Benji Mac, yo. Lovely to see you in here, Benji. I've seen you in all of the world's wide arm wrestling streams, so lovely to see you joining this one here. We are watching the National Australian titles, the super heavyweight division is taking place at the moment, and we are about to see a premiere match between Tom Glacier from Queensland, and he is taking on Lachlan Carpenter from the Sydney Spartans. So this will be a fantastic match. These guys have probably faced off many, many times in the past, and they've been strapped together. And Oz, the referee, he is checking their hand and thumb positioning to get the close. Lachlan closing too early, then reopening his hand, and now he has been told to wait for the referee to close his hand. And Tom not happy with something. A lot of jostling going on. And we're going to get the close of the hand position. Both guys look pretty settled here. Lachlan has a cup in his wrist, which needs to be taken out. And Oz recognising that, which is a great job. As I said, Oz is a fantastic referee. He is very experienced, and he noticed that straight away. Watch out for that cup. Too strong. Even without getting that little advantage in the setup, Lachlan Carpenter able to get the win very, very comfortably. I believe it'll be a Lachlan Carpenter versus Mario Tambakis match in the final. If Lachlan is in this division, if Mario is in this division, I did see him in the under 100s, but haven't seen him for a little while. So hopefully, I'm not sure if they're running the finals separately or something like that, because I haven't seen Mario Paul for probably half an hour now. But Dave Stockbridge says that he's listening while he's washing his cars. Well, how many cars you got there, Dave, that need to be washed? Is it the Jag, the Jaguar, the Porsche, the Lamborghini? Which one? About to see another super heavyweight match here. They're getting set up, and they're going to mess around and waste their time for a minute. So Benji Max says, Alan Fisher versus Jamie Barrett in a few days. I get to watch in person. Oh, I am jealous of you. That will be a fantastic match. Jamie Barrett being one of the top juniors in Australia, taking on one of the legends of the sport in Alan Fisher. Oh, we've got a hook battle here. Staying close to his hand. That's very clever. Look, now using his feet. Bicep not strong enough to contain the body weight of his opponent. But he did everything right there, just not strong enough. Yeah. All right. Good to see you in here, my friend. Hey, Pep. Yeah, hey, Performance Enhancing Pancakes. He is in here as well. We have some of the top guys, the top commentators of streams from around the world. And great to see you in here. I do see most of you on the Aussie Arm Wrestlers stream. Unfortunately, Jake still recovering from hip surgery at the moment. He did pop into the stream a little while ago, but he said that his medicines were winning the battle, so he's probably gone back to sleep for a little while. But we hope to see Jake back soon. I thought I would quickly jump on and do something for you guys, so you had some sort of commentary happening and a place that you could talk while this match is taking place. And we'd love to see you guys in the streams. I know that Jake has a community of people that he really values. And when he was over here for our Last Man Standing event, he talked highly of his love for the community of streamers that jump into his chat every single time he goes live. And it really makes his day. And he was able to quit his full-time job because of the support from you guys. So we here in Australia have some fantastic arm wrestlers, and we love the fact that people from around the world are jumping into our chats and writing comments and enjoying watching our videos. So we are trying to do the best job we can, and love the fact that we have a couple of the top guys, top commentators in here today watching and enjoying that on my channel as well. So thank you for being here. All right, we've got another heavyweight match here. Again, looking at the feet positioning, which is vital. You can almost see who has experience in a match and the technique they're going to use by their feet positioning. guy on the right-hand side of the screen, I believe that's the Sydney Spartans shirt that he's wearing. He has a very deep right leg under the table and left leg to the side. He's going to hit very nicely using his body weight. The other fellow is very light on his front foot and very heavy on his back foot. I've not really seen many people do that, but it doesn't seem to be working well in his advantage. He is a heavy guy. He's probably the heavier guy in this competition, although I did think he won that round based on fouls, which is another contentious point for me. I always get frustrated. Winning a match on fouls. Sorry, guys. It annoys the crap out of me. That and slips. Frustrating. All right, yes. Performance enhancing pancakes is that Jake is a mega inspiration and absolutely a wonderful guy. Lovely to have him here commentate two of our key events throughout the year. We had the Titans Open and the Last Man Standing event. They're both available on my channel there. The Titans Open being a classic tournament format, but starting in straps and running fouls, which is the way that all tournaments should be taking place to prevent stupid losses like that, and slips, which take bloody ages and get everything set up, and you see people that are about to lose, they bloody slip away, and yeah, it's annoying. It's annoying me. Yes, and Jake came for the Last Man Standing event, which I hope that if you guys haven't seen it, it is on my channel. I was so happy with the way that event ran, which is essentially it was winner stays on or king of the table for 1 hour straight. And whoever's in the winning position at the 60-minute mark got $500 from Real Estate Agents Group, Dave Stockbridge. And whoever held the winning position the longest amount of time throughout that hour also got given $500. So it ended up being that the Berserker, last spotter, he ended up taking away both those titles, and he walked away with $1,000. Not only that, but he also won the Titans Open tournament recently. We've got Tom and you guys here. I'm just going to watch this match here. Tom, being very experienced, able to overpower the fellow on the left. And so the Last Man Standing event ran fantastically. We had 191 matches in a 60-minute period. And it was 6 guys just rotating through. And it was speed, it was fast, it was great, it was fun, it was exciting. And that last 3 or 4 minutes where people were literally sprinting around to get back to the table to have another go to try to finish in the winning position was super exciting. So if you haven't watched that, go check that out. There's a match every 10 seconds, I think, the entire hour. So, yes, it's unbelievable. A wonderful event and fantastic to have Jake there. Boardrooms is awesome, and it is awesome to see you here. Of course, mate, you're all class and professionalism. Well, I'll have to tell my wife that she sees the real side of me when it's all just ridiculousness and jokes and silliness. We have a great time. I love the fact that we're able to just flick a camera on and interact with people that are of like-mindedness from around the world that are interested in this crazy sport of arm wrestling. And it's always fun to me whenever I meet somebody new. And invariably, I do get to the fact that I'm very interested in arm wrestling and that we have the club here in South Australia. And their first reaction is usually, is that really a thing? Is arm wrestling really a thing? And I say, yes, it is. And then I pull out my phone and I force them to sit there for the next 20 minutes watching arm wrestling videos. Then I give them a business card and tell them to come to the club. And sometimes they do. And then we get new people that come along and enjoy the sport of arm wrestling. And that is what we're trying to do, is trying to build this sport from around the world. And you guys that are in the chat and in the ones that are watching the videos and following and subscribing, you do more than you actually realize if you are a fan of the sport, just by jumping in, writing a comment, or watching the video. Even if you just click on it, it does make a difference. And people that are trying to push the sport, trying their hardest to make good content, they are being rewarded because it is people like yourselves that are in here watching and supporting and creating a community of like-minded people. So fantastic to see everyone in here. And Boardroom says, can they post their links here? Oh, is that for people that are looking to support Jake or performance enhancing pancakes? Absolutely. If they want to post their links or a link to somebody's channel, feel free. I have no problems with that whatsoever. And in fact, I would recommend that they do. And follow Performance Enhancing Pancakes. He has a fantastic YouTube channel and is growing rapidly. And Jake Ward, the Aussie arm wrestler, has a fantastic channel. Of course, most of the guys that are in here at the moment are big fans of his and are in his chat nearly every single time he goes live. So great to see them here on board. And sorry, I'm just going to read that one. I might be reading into things here, but it sounds like you're not a fan of slips. You are correct. You are 100% correct. Performance enhancing pancakes. Do you ever see a top 10 greatest slips of the 20th century compilation? You will never see a highlight of slips. It's such a silly aspect to the sport. I love the fact that slips are punished with if you slip in a losing or neutral position, if you slip, then you are punished with a loss. That's how it should be. I've seen so many matches today. It's like they had their hand completely bent and they were a millimeter from the pad and they've slipped underneath. They go, yeah, let's go to the strap. It's a loss. That is a loss. Not a strap. You don't get another go. You were beaten. So, yeah. Sub to Matt and Jake, well, thank you very much. Performance Enhancing Pancakes, fantastic job. You have come out of the woodwork for me. I was first made aware of your channel from the Aussie Arm Wrestlers stream, and he did make mention of your channel. I went and checked it out, and I was like, wow, you have a bunch of subscribers. You've done some fantastic videos. You're putting content out regularly, and it's high quality. You are doing a fantastic job. And we need more of these things to push the sport. So I will support anybody that is making arm wrestling content or doing anything in the world of arm wrestling and doing their best. And you are doing a fantastic job. So keep it up, my friend. You are hitting it out of the park. And you said that your next video is going to be the top 10 greatest slips. What a video that would be. That would be some of the greatest slips in history. No winner in any of the matches, just the slip, which means it's a restart. It's like, oh, God. Yeah, that would be, I would love to watch that video. That would be fantastic. Looks like they're doing some warming up here on the main stage. You got Brett Coots and Tom Ugosia on the right. Now, I don't know if they're messing around with this might be an after pull, or I'm not sure what's going on. It's been a little bit tricky to follow this tournament. We're seeing people lose 3 times within, a 5-minute period. It's sort of like they get to a certain stage of a division and then they stop that division, and maybe they're running a finals, and that's what we're seeing. But I'm just a little confused as to why we're seeing some of the top guys on the stream at the moment that would probably have made it into the finals and are now messing around on the main stage. So, yes, I don't exactly know what's happening, but yeah, we're seeing some of the guys that you would see recognizable faces on camera at the moment, the Burnett brothers, and some of the guys from around the country that are very high level. But whether or not they're doing a finals division or something, I really don't know. And this is why you need a commentator, ladies and gentlemen. The commentator who knows what they're talking about, knows how the event is being run, who knows which divisions are happening with the competitors' names, who's in the losing bracket. That would really help when you're watching a stream, and that's why I'm struggling at the moment, because I don't know what's happening. I'm quite happy to watch the matches and enjoy them, and so glad to have you guys in here as well. But in terms of knowing what's happening at the moment, I'm seeing a whole bunch of guys on the stream that have no idea what's going on. Even if they grabbed the microphone and sort of gave an announcement as to what's happening, that would have helped as well. But currently, I'm in the same confused state that you probably are. I'm hoping to see some finals. I haven't seen the top guys go against the top guys yet, and I'm hoping that's what's going to take place, is that we're going to see an overall tournament finals area division. Something that's going to take place has not been announced. I guess it's us. It's just us here. Dave Stockbridge and Performance Enhancing Pancakes Boardroom. We've got Benji Mack, some of the top guys from around the world, I would say, in terms of streaming commentators in here with us, and we can enjoy our own company for a little while they try to sort out what they're doing on the stream. Performance Enhancing Pancakes says that he will credit me in the description of the world's greatest slips. Do you have a world's greatest slip? What would be number one? Would it? I can't even think of a single slip that I enjoyed, that I liked. None is coming to mind. I hate all of the slips that have happened. There's never been a slip where I'm like, oh, I want to see that back. I've never gone, I need to go show somebody this. This is a moment you want to see. If you have a greatest slip, and Trent, of course, Trent Ziller is here as well. Trent Ziller. Yes, absolutely. Good job, Trent. Lovely to see you here too, and fantastic arm wrestler. If you guys haven't seen much of Trent, he is an excellent arm wrestler from South Australia who does live a few hours away from the club, does come down when he can. And when he does come down, he is a force to be reckoned with, winning a lot of matches against a lot of experienced opponents. And they were saying, who is this guy? Never seen him before. And a very, very strong wrist, a very strong hand, and an excellent arm wrestler with a lot of potential. I think if you're able to find some top-level opponents to train with out in the country where you're from, I think that you have the ability to go a long way in the sport. We've got an example of a slip here. Devon's slip against Prudnik was pretty great. Yeah. Did want to go back and watch that. My favorite part of that match was when Devon said, "Did you fart, Prudnik?" Classic. That's got to be one of the best moments in the history of arm wrestling. I don't even know if Prudnik knew what he'd said, but yes, absolutely hilarious. I think I spent the next 30 seconds laughing and might have missed the actual match. But a good match that took place with Devon and Prudnik. Devon able to get the win there with a lot of rising pressure in that setup, and that elbow coming up for Prudnik, trying to get his favourable position to start, was unable to do so. A lot of manipulation and intelligence going into that match from Devon, which caused Prudnik to not be able to access his strength, and Devon able to come away with the victory there. And yeah, Devon's recent one, there you go. Benji Mack says that he's also a fan of the Devon slip. That's probably the only one that you guys can think of, because it was the one that happened last weekend. You just kept replaying the slip. Yeah, well, that's all you needed to see. Yeah, don't even watch the rest of the match. The results don't matter. As long as there was a cool slip, then that's all you need. I mean, that's what we want as a promoter, is to go into an event going, I hope there's some awesome slips, because that's all that people want to see. And that's why we're starting out of straps every single match. And we're just going to, no matter what, no matter how they slip, we're just going to go to strap. Even if they're about to be pinned in a losing position and they got away, let's just let them get away. But we'll just run that as a highlight package, just all the slips, because people love slips. Okay, looks like on the stream they have set up one table. So they must be doing a finals, which this is probably how it should have been set up to start with. Have your featured table. Take a lesson from the way that I watch a lot of esports, a lot of fighting tournaments. I'm a big street fighting fan, which is why I was mentioning the animated Street Fighter 2 movie earlier. But have a featured table. That is the one that everyone's seeing. It has the big backdrop of the replay of the match behind it. It has the commentators talking about that match. It is the one that is lit the best. It is got the multiple camera angles. That is your premier table. You stick with that table. Then you have your side tables. Your premier table is where you put your best competitors on there. And if you have multiple divisions, you pick out You cherry pick your top competitors and you put their matches on the stream. You don't put the amateurs matches on the stream. You put them on the side tables. You can still record them. Feel free to set up a camera and record it. Do not put it live. Putting the amateur tables live is a mistake. Put your best product in front of the audience. This is... It seems so silly that people just don't grasp this concept. Your audience wants to see exciting, interesting content. They don't want to see just two unknown people go up and slip and then get a strap and then get a foul and then get reset and then get another foul. And it's like, and then they start, that is boring. And that's how you lose your audience very, very quickly. If you've got two premier people that are in the match, and even if they're rolling against, say you've got Sam Burnett and he's going against an amateur person, put them on the bloody featured table. That's the one we want to see. We want to see Sam Burnett destroy someone. Then you put somebody like Josh Barker on, and then anyone who has a name, who has a following, who has interest, who you know is just going to be somebody that you want to watch, that the audience is there to see. Put them on the camera, make the stream about what they're doing. Have all the other matches take place on the side tables. Have it recorded. You can always go back after the event, and if there was epic matches that took place on the side tables, you've recorded it. You can edit it, and you can put it up in the final edit. That you can say, "Hey, this was the Australian titles," and you can put those amazing matches together and show it so the audience gets to see those amazing matches. But if you've just got like every single match taking place on two tables on the same stage, I don't know who these people are, and I'm trying to watch two things at the same time. It's just frustrating. So, yeah, what can you do? Anyway, these are just the little tips I'm telling everybody when they set up their own arm wrestling tournament. If you are going to put forth any content, make it the best stuff you've got. Put the best stuff, your best work, your best competitors, best matches in front of the audience. You don't put the amateurs that you've never heard of in front of the audience. You can record it on a side table. If they do happen to have an amazing moment, you've recorded it. You can add it to your channel later. You don't need to ruin, or not ruin, but you don't need to, your main audience, you don't need them to see that. Like what's taking place on the stream right now is frustrating me because I know it can be done better. I don't know what's going on. I'm seeing people goofing around on the table. What are they doing? What's happening? If I just clicked into the live stream right now, I'd be saying, what is this? Is this the match? Is it what are we watching here? Information is crucial. It is vital. You need a commentator that's going to be keeping the audience informed as to what's going on. And not seeing that, frustrating me. I know it can be done better. That's why I'm getting sort of riled up here. These are rookie mistakes, and they can be easily fixed. You guys in the comments, what do you think? I mean, frustration for me. I was like, right now, it's like, okay, are you setting up for finals? What are you doing? Like, what's happening? It's just things can be done better, and it's not difficult to get things to come together and do them properly. And right now, we're watching. I don't know if there's the guys that are setting up for left hand. They've got another guy. Is this a match, or are these guys goofing around? Like, it just frustrates me a little bit. Sorry, guys. It just, when you know that something can be done better and very simply, why haven't they got a commentator? Why is there no information? Why is there no on-screen graphics? Why? This is the national titles. Come on, guys. Fuck. It's like someone's just pointed their phone at the screen and just gone, here we go. Oh, I don't want to talk bad about these guys. I know they're doing their best. And I'm very happy that we're able to hold an Australian titles, and I want to support Australian arm wrestling as much as I can. And I'm just frustrated that I can see things that could be done so much better, and they're not being done better. Tired camera angle would help also. Yes, I agree. Yeah, we're so far away. We've got so much unnecessary things happening here. We're seeing too much of the stage, especially now you've got one table. Zoom right in, get nice and close, see the performance take place. You've got the ability to press zoom on the camera. That's something that could take 3 seconds of time. But we're not getting that. This almost like the stream is an afterthought here. I mean, how can you get so many elements of the tournament correct? You've got all the people that have come together to compete. You've got your sponsors there. The tables look cool. The referees are fantastic. They've got their rule sets. The competitors are awesome. There's some of the best in the country there. And it's like, and then the sort of, the stream, just, I don't know, set a camera up and press record. And it's like, well, that's probably how the majority of people are going to see this. You got to think of the people in the world around. You got a worldwide potential audience here. I don't know if this is a match that's taking place. No, it's not. Okay, they're just messing around. Do we get an announcement here? Everyone's going quiet for some reason. No? Okay. I think they're lining up for a finals. Whether it's left and right, I don't know. But so if we've got a highlights package taking place on the back of the screen, I can't see that. Okay, top 8 competitors is what I'm hearing. Is this a replay of the over the top 8? No, I think it is. Yeah, it's a different tournament. The AF is the worst of 2022, says Dave Stockbridge. Well, I think there's a lot of things that can be improved on. And, as I said, I mean, I love the fact that they're putting things together, that they've got a national tournament happening. They've got sponsors on board. They've been able to bring some of the best in the country together to compete in a tournament. And they've got the WAF ability to win a title here, allows you to go and compete in the WAF events around the world. There's a lot of good elements to what they've done, but they're missing the production side of things, which I would love to help work with them to bring them up to the standard that it should be and could be. But the good thing is that I can learn from other people's mistakes and use what they're doing or not doing for my own events and for our events going forwards, and for the audience that is watching. I feel that we can see the things that are frustrating that they can do better, and I'm going to try to do those things in our events in the future. I want Matt to commentate the world's greatest slips of 2020. Yeah, what an amazing thing that would be. You could see the joy in my face, but if I wouldn't be able to. No, I'm getting annoyed even just thinking about it. It's just so ridiculous. So anyway, thank you for your comment, Dave. Performance enhancing pancakes. Enjoy making that video. The best slips of 2022, or maybe the best slips of all time. You could have multiple videos going. You could pick one from every year. There were 4 tournaments that I saw throughout the year that did start in straps that were all in the USA, and it was from that announcements of those tournaments that I got the idea, and I thought it was fantastic. I was like, a strap-only tournament? That's amazing. I want to do that. I love the fact that people are doing that, and I'm going to follow that trend, and that's what I did. That's why our Titans Open was strap-only. The difference was that we were going to run that as a state titles with the Australian Arm Wrestling Federation. Unfortunately, because we changed that rule and we changed to running fouls, we weren't able to run under the WAF rule set, which meant that we were not able to run it as a state titles. But we ran it as the Titans Open under the rule set of all matches start in straps and running fouls. I much preferred that format, and I think it was a great success. Every single match started in straps and had a finish. Every match started and finished. There was no resets, except every now and then you would get an elbow foul or something. But we ran literally First four divisions, and I'm not lying, you can go back and watch this. First four divisions, under 70s left, under 70s right, under 80s left, under 80s right. There was no restarts at all. And that was like 50 matches or something. Started, finished, next match. Started, finished, next match. None of this fouling, restart, slip, da-da-da-da. And because when I was editing it, I was like, there's been no restarts. This is awesome. It's amazing. That's how an arm wrestling match should go. How much money do you need for that, Matt? Oh, if it's for you, I'd do anything for you for free, my friend. You are doing a fantastic job promoting the sport of arm wrestling. And yes, to even see you here on the channel is a privilege for me. So thank you again for coming in and enjoying the fact that we're here together and able to see this Australian Arm Wrestling Federation national titles take place. And hopefully we'll get some amazing matches. I think they are going to be running with the finals. I don't know why they're running a highlights package from a different tournament in the background. It's a different tournament. That's another mistake. Sorry, guys. I don't understand that. It's nothing to do with the state titles that took place from around the country throughout the year or the national event that's taking place right now. It was a completely separate event. But they're running the highlights of that for some reason. So it's anyway. I just a little bit lost for words sometimes, guys. Oh man, yes. I'm honored to be in your chat, man. Oh, well, thank you, sir. The honor is all mine. And thank you again for being here. As I said, Jake Ward, the Aussie arm wrestler, would have more than likely been doing a live stream for this event, but he is still recovering from hip surgery. And the medication that he is on is winning the battle for today. Unfortunately, unable to stay up. I think he's not even watching the event because he is a little bit too tired. So, that's the way it goes, and it's okay. Hopefully, Jake will be up and running and able to do his streams again very shortly. Just going to put a link to my stream here again in the chat. Join my commentary. Oh, I wrote it in caps. Sorry for the caps. I can't see the chat because the way I've set up my studio here at home, I've got the camera pointed straight at me and it's blocking the monitor. I'll have to work around that and get something happening where maybe I've got a monitor to the left of me that I can do the chat with. But yeah, it's one of those things when I do streams or when I do videos, I want to be able to talk right to you guys right there, and I want to be able to see the camera, the monitor that's behind me and my computer monitor, so I can see what I'm talking about. But if I have the camera up too high, then I'm looking up there and I can't see the monitor. If I have it there, it looks unnatural, like I'd be looking like this. So it's a little bit of a playing around to try to get things the way that I want it to look. Jake has the advantage of he streams from his laptop, so he's using the web camera that's just pointed on the monitor there straight at him. The reason I'm not doing that is I think the web cameras are usually quite low quality, although Jake does work around it, and he must have a high-end camera, or he's able to have set up his lighting so that he looks quite decent on his stream. But in my experience, a lot of the webcams are pretty weak and they do a bad job. So I've got a high-end camera here that we use in our podcast, the Daily Combat Podcast. So that is what we are looking to try to find the right setup so I can look at what you guys are talking about and I can look straight at you through the camera at the same time. Lovely to see everybody here. Neo Geo, wow, it is a lovely privilege to see you here as well. Matt Connolly as a director, Aussie Arm Wrestler as the announcer, performance enhancing pancakes as the comedian. This tourney would be transformed, absolutely, yes. Well, would have loved to have done the commentary for this event. Even just to know what's happening would have helped if they had sort of, I don't know, even if they had written on their site, like this is the bracket breakdown, this is how we're going to do things, we're running finals. No, unfortunately that didn't take place, and now I'm sort of a little frustrated watching this going, I don't know what's happening, and I'm watching two guys mess around on on the table. Why are we taking so long to get ready for the finals? Like, what are we waiting for? Why is there a 20-minute break? It's get the show on the road, guys. It's everyone's watching, everyone's here, everyone's waiting. Let's get it going. But right now, I'm looking at two guys practicing and messing around. And this is the national titles, guys. Let's see the finals. We're all here to see it. This is your opportunity. What are we waiting for? Let's get it happening. Neo Geo, another legend of the world in the streaming, arm wrestling, commentating, streaming. I do see you all over the place. So fantastic to see you here. And Boardroom, fantastic group of guys. It's so nice to see everyone in here. I do feel very lucky to have the ability to talk to you while we're watching this event. Otherwise, I would be just sitting here watching the event and getting frustrated by myself. And then my wife would probably be telling me to shut up. So, yeah, at least you guys are here to back me up, to say, why am I being frustrated? Well, not just me, but everybody, my friends in the chat will also be able to point at the problems that are going on in the moment for this event. We don't need a 20-minute break, guys. We need to get started. We need to see the finals. I don't understand what's happening, but is it finals for every division? I don't know. Hey, how would you grip up with the Ninja Turtles, says Boardroom? One finger at a time. Well, they've only got three fingers. Somebody in one of we have an arm wrestling chat group on Facebook, and recently, I think just yesterday, they put a picture up of a guy that's gone into arm wrestling recently who has a very deformed hand, and it was sort of, there was three fingers up here, and then there was some more fingers down there, and it was like his hand was enormous, but it was like, how would you get grip on this guy? Which was a highlight of a sort of a big discussion as to where are you supposed to put your hand. It's like, it was very interesting. It was a crazy moment to see that take place. But in terms of Ninja Turtles, well, they've only got the three hands, so at least they've got a thumb. You can grab hold of. All you need is a thumb and an index finger, and you'll be able to work with that. Exactly, says Neo Geo. And, well, we've got a cricket. Is that to signify the people that are waiting around watching the arm wrestling stream, waiting for the event to happen? We've got crickets because we don't know what's happening, and everyone's sort of like, is this the national titles? Come on, guys. Somebody get on the camera and tell us what's happening. Oh, sorry, clicked off that. Pulling a Ninja Turtle would probably result in some awesome slips. Yeah, that would add to your amazing compilation of the top 10 best slips of all time. I would watch that. That would be funny. I would watch it ironically with like this sort of look on my face, like, but I would still watch it because it's so silly. All right. Yes, classic. We're discussing all the important information here that takes place on this channel. Ninja Turtles, the Hulk versus Superman. These are the vital conversations that need to take place, that don't take place on any other channel. Oh, the thumbnail would be me and a Ninja Turtle. Okay. Make sure it's Donatello. That's my favorite. All right. We're hearing something taking place here. Oh, no. That is just them replaying the top 8 from a different tournament, the Over the Top tournament. For some reason that we are hearing. Man. I don't mean to be so annoyed. I just like. It just frustrates me, guys. I'm actually like really getting annoyed. I don't mean to. I'm just really getting frustrated. Oh God! Wow. I don't understand. I'm sorry. I'm just really frustrated. Please get the matches started. We're all here. We all want to see it. A Ninja Turtle could pull a shell move. They could suck their legs in real time, in real quick. They could. I don't know how that would help. They'd probably lose all their leverage as soon as their legs dropped in. Oh, man. That sorry that popped up, or that voice that came. Somebody spoke right next to the microphone, and I thought it was somebody standing next to me who was confused the hell out of me. Yeah, the Ninja Turtles. You blink, he doesn't have legs. Yeah, I don't think that would help him. I really don't. In terms of leverage, arm wrestling is so reliant on your body weight, and you're using your legs to pivot your body weight. If you've sucked your legs back in your shell, you'd just be hanging there. All your body weight is gone. You'd want to maybe suck your arm in, so they have to pull their arm out of the position. That'd be smarter. All right, well, let me recap what I know about the tournament in terms of the finals that are going to be taking place, some of the ones that I have seen. So we've got Mario Tambakis, we've got Lachlan Carpenter. They will be in the finals. We've got Sam Burnett. He will be pulling as well. The other competitors that I've seen that will be in the top-level divisions, see, I don't know whether they've done the under-70s, under-80s in terms of like they ran to a certain point and then they've gone, okay, the finals, whether the finals is literally the last two guys in the tournament, which would be cool to see. I'd like to see the grand finals for each division. But if it's like, I don't know, 4 matches for each division, it should have just taken place at the same time as the division took place itself. Not only going on a rant here, guys, but this is why with our tournaments that I run here in South Australia, I run the entire division all the way through to the finals, and it ends right there. And I do under 70s left, under 70s right. It's done. Under 70s is completed. You saw the winner. The winner gets announced. They get their trophy right there and then, and they're finished for the day. If you're in an under 70s, once your division is done, you don't have to be waiting around doing nothing for the rest of the day, waiting for your division. Like if you've done left and then you wait 4 hours to do right, and you've got the opportunity to have all these amazing after pulls with guys, and you can't take them because you're saving your energy for your right arm. That's what frustrates me. It's like, I don't want that to happen. I want people to have finished their tournament as quickly as possible. In terms of they've competed and the event is finished for them. Now they can go and enjoy themselves. And it's like, I want them to be able to have the ability to get on the table and go on with anybody. We've got multiple tables there. You guys are done for the day. Go and enjoy yourselves. And if you want to watch the rest of the divisions, please feel free. But if you want to just go and have some fun after pulling, you can do that. And you don't have to worry about, I've got to save myself for later. It's like, no, it's done. You guys can jump straight on the table right now. Under 70s is done. Under 80s, same thing. Under 90s, actually, the way that we run them here is under 70s, under 80s, under 95s, and then 95 and above. So it's 4 divisions. And after every division is completed, then we have the overall. So if you have finished first or second in any of the divisions, you are qualified for the overall. You don't have to compete in the overall. That's your decision. Like if you're an under 70s puller, you will more than likely be facing somebody in a heavyweight division, and unless you are like a John Brasink or something, you're more than likely to go, look, I've won the under 70s, or I came second in the under 70s. I'm happy with that. I don't think that I'm going to be competitive going in the overall at all, especially going against the other guys that are in that division. You don't have to compete in it, but that is where the big money is from our side of things. If you win the tournament overall, that is where you are getting the highest level of commendation and the highest level of prize money, because you won the whole tournament. So you won against the best guys. That's the way I like to run it, and I think it runs the best that way. It's the best viewing experience, and it's best for the competitors. The only people that are waiting around are the people that have either won the division or come second that want to compete in the overall. Everyone else, as soon as their division's done, they're free to just hang around, have a great time, enjoy themselves. That's what I want. I want people to turn up and enjoy themselves at an arm wrestling tournament or anything to do with arm wrestling. I'd rather you come along and have a good time than come along and wait around for 4 hours just to lose. It's one of the worst feelings is, and this is, I've experienced this. I think my record is like 0-12 in tournaments. I'm an average arm wrestler, but I love the sport. But to go in and you do your left arm, and so for me, I'm in the heavyweight division, which is usually the last division to be ran. So I'm waiting for all the other divisions to run through their left arm. I finally get to the left arm. I get beaten twice. That's it. Then I got to wait around for say 3 or 4 hours to do the right, and I get beaten twice. And by that time, 3/4 of the people that were there, they've gone. No one's sticking around for after pulling. And it's like, well, this I could have got on the table with so many awesome people, but, it just didn't work for me. So very, very annoying. Yes, it does suck if he boardroom, I'm stuffing up your comment here. If he sucks in his arms too, you can't be pinned. That's true. That is a good point. Next time I am facing a Ninja Turtle, I will make sure that he doesn't suck his arms in. Yes, make the event a great time. That's what it should be. And people are there from either all around the state, all around the country. They've come together to enjoy this sport. And if you are not allowing them to have a good time, then it's a frustrating experience and they're more than likely not to return. So I try to put things together where people can have a lot of fun. And with the sponsorship that we've got, again, I'm going to mention Dave Stockbridge from Real Estate Agents Group, who has been instrumental in our ability to put on big, high-level events. And he has sponsored the club not only with his assistance in getting us into locations we would never have got into before, but he has been instrumental in terms of his financial commitment and putting together, like we had our Titans Open tournament. He paid to bring Jake Ward over to do commentary for us. The flights, accommodation, there was $1,000 prize money, all the trophies. And not only that, but he put the entire. We were at a bar. He stocked the bar with alcohol, free for anybody that turned up that wanted to compete. Could grab a drink, grab a beer, grab a soft drink, grab water, grab Pepsi, grab. There was premix drinks. It was all right there, so that anybody who was coming along didn't have to worry about that it was going to cost them an arm and a leg to compete. The event was free to enter, and we had a fantastic time. That everyone who turned up to the event had a good time. If they turned up and they lost, well, hey, that's okay. Just go and jump on the side table and pull with some of the other guys out here. It was like a training session after that. So that's the way that an event should run. It should be fun. It should be like, regardless as to how you go in a tournament, you should still be able to enjoy yourself. And that's what I tried to push with that, and I think it was a success. And I'd love to see other tournaments follow that same recipe. How much of my pulling strength is drawn from my beard? Well, the beard is a new thing for me. I just really honestly just grew it because I got sort of sick of shaving, and I had the ability to, with my job, if you can't really grow it while you're on shift, in terms of like, this is about, because, I don't, this is probably 4 weeks worth for me, and I try to keep it around this. But when you've got the stubble and then it looks a little bit unkempt for a week or two, and you can't really look like that and look professional at your job. So I was able to do that through annual leave time and then come back with it. As opposed to trying to get away with hiding my face for 2 weeks to show that I had unkempt stubble growing. But it's been interesting. It's different for me. I do forget that I've got it most of the time, and then I forget that I've grown it and other people haven't seen me with it. And then I'll see someone that I haven't seen for like a year, and they go, "Oh, you got a beard." I go, "Oh, yeah." I forgot about that. But one of the interesting things is when you drink something and then this part of your face gets wet. That's always strange. So but it is something to grab and mess around with constantly as you're watching something. And I find that I'm doing that subconsciously a lot of the time. Anyone in the chat have a beard or is thinking of growing a beard? Let me know. I'd be interested to see your thoughts. Performance Enhancing Pancakes is doing research on turtles. In case he ever does come up against a Ninja Turtle, he would probably think that they were going to top roll based on their anatomy. So good work. You should be prepared next time that you do face the Ninja Turtle that they are more than likely going to top roll. So that's a hot tip for you from Performance Enhancing Pancakes, the man with the amazing YouTube channel, which is growing rapidly, and you should follow it if you are in the chat. They also have extremely thick wrists. Is this the Ninja Turtles or is this just turtles in general? Because if it's a normal turtle, then I don't see them getting up on the table, but maybe the Ninja Turtles potentially. Excellent research, Pancakes. That's correct. He is doing a good job. Speaking of which, says Neo Geo, when's the next Titan tournament? And how much time do I have to prep? Well, we are looking at running something in February at the Apex event on the February the 25th. I don't know if it'll be a tournament. It may be a super match series. We are still putting things together, but we will be there in one way or another, and we'll have a lot of side tables, as mentioned before, that anybody can come along and have a good time, and we will be there, and the club will be there. And if you are looking to just come down and have a great time, then that will be the next major event that we are looking at running. We are also going to be running a state titles, which will be in conjunction with the AAF at some point next year. We haven't heard the schedule that they're looking at running for next year, but we'll have, so the Apex event will be our next major event, and we'll also be running the Titans Open, which may be about the same time as we did it this year, which was, I believe, in October. It was either September or October that we ran that event. That's probably the time frame we'll be looking at running that. So plenty of time to prepare, and we'll be running as many events as we can throughout the year. But if you are looking at ever coming down to South Australia or to Adelaide, we run training sessions every Sunday night at the SA Titans Arm Wrestling Club, 5:45 till 8 p.m. for free at the Kilburn Community Centre. You need to come around the back. A lot of people miss that thing. They come to the front and they say, there's nobody here. And we say, no, we are here. There's 40 of us. Just come around the back. So if you are looking at coming down or even giving arm wrestling a go for the first time, Neo Geo, we'd love to meet you and have you here and give us a go at the table at the SA Titans Arm Wrestling Club. Boardroom says, I do have a beard, and yes, the stash just get wet. Yes, that is a weird thing for me. I was not expecting that to happen. I've never really grown one before. I'm quite happy with it. I've seen people that have that length going down. I don't know if I would be committed enough to do that, because I think that takes a little bit of effort to maintain or to shape or to get all that happening. As I said, the reason I've got this happening is because I couldn't be bothered shaving. So, yes, the more effort that it's going to require, I think the less interest it's going to take from me. And Neo Geo got rid of his because of interviews. Yeah, well, that's fair enough. Yeah, well, yeah, I guess it depends on which sort of roles you're going for. If it's something where they may look unfavorably on a beard, then I can understand the reasoning behind shaving it off. But most people shouldn't be prejudiced against the facial hair, because all men will have facial hair unless they shave it off. So, but depends on the type of job that you are going for, obviously. Performance Enhancing Pancake says that he's considered shaving his head for the 44% strength gains. That's obviously a Ryan Bowen quote there. 44%. I'm not sure actually where the origin of his quote came from with that, or the vector. I know that a lot of people love attributing the 44% thing. I don't know what the original of that was. If you know what the original quote of where that came from, then I'd love to hear it. And if it was shaving your head, then that would be interesting, because that doesn't have vector performance whatsoever. Neo Geo likes that, and he does talk about the vectors as well. That's another thing. The vectors, where did that originate from with Ryan? Because he has a shirt now that says vectors on it, #vectors, which maybe he just kept referring to the fact there was a certain vector of training that he was trying to establish in his training methods, and people sort of cottoned on to that word, and that became a new thing. Well, Ninja Turtles, or there's also this thing called a giant tortoise that is like 4 feet tall, so he'd need a riser. He would need a riser, yeah. He'd probably need somebody to hold him up in the arm wrestling position as well, but I would be quite happy to volunteer for that. Next time you are arm wrestling a giant turtle, let me know. I'll be there to help get him in the correct position. I'll make sure that he starts fairly as well. Performance enhancing pancake says, that was the one I just read. So I believe the original 44% was the amount of gains Ryan made on his arm wrestling vectors. So I don't know what a vector is. What is a vector? Is that, obviously it's a mathematical equation, but is it a peak in a graph? Like you're moving through your progress and you're trying to hit a certain mark like this, and you're measuring your results throughout a certain time frame, and you say, well, this area of progress is the vector, or is that what he's referring to in terms of training methodology? So we've got the president of the Australian Arm Wrestling Federation on stream at the moment, Phil Rasmussen. So he's doing a bit of an intro. It's another thing I absolutely despise in an event. I just want to see the event. Nobody wants to hear about the sponsors. So I just want to see the arm wrestling. That's sort of like when they say, "Oh, you got to rise for the anthem," or you got to stand, and somebody's going to talk to you for 10 minutes before the event takes place, and you're like, "I just want to see the event." Actually, this is funny. I was at the gym. I went to do cardio once. I'd finished my weight training workout. I had to do 20 minutes of cardio, and I jumped on. It was a new thing back then, but it was one of the cross trainers, but it had a screen in it, and it had pay TV channels on it. And I was like, okay, this is cool. I started going, and I flicked through the channels, and I found that they had boxing. A boxing match was about to start. I was like, awesome, this looks great. I'll watch this boxing match while I'm doing my cardio. And the match was about to start, but they started with their intro. So the first fighter walked out. It took like 5 minutes, and the second fighter walked out. There's another 5 minutes, and then both fighters in the ring. Then they were doing exactly what Phil is doing right now. They had an announcer, and they were talking about all the different sponsors and the events and who the judges were and who the other guy is and this and that. And I was like, I'm like 15 minutes in going, I ain't going to see the boxing. Like, I only got 5 minutes left. And by the time I finished by 20 minutes, they hadn't started the fight. They were still getting ready to start. I was like, this is insane. This is a mistake. Another thing, I got to take all these lessons of whenever I watch content, whenever I watch videos, things that annoy me, things that I can see could be done better. That is what I try to mitigate in my stuff. Everyone's there to see the arm wrestling. Everyone's there to see the boxing match. No one cares about who the referee is, who the judges are, let's just get going. Like, you can talk about that stuff afterwards if you want, or if you've got a video that you want to cut together, maybe you could just put it up in a caption or something. And you've got your sponsors all over the place. They're on the table. They're on the backdrops. You can put their logos in videos. You don't need to talk about them for 20 minutes. It's just like, just get the matches going, guys. Come on. Here we go. All right, under 70s. Is it left? I don't know. I missed that. Josh Barker. Josh Barker will win this. He's incredibly fast. Super strong. Watch out for the press. He's just gonna instantly press through this guy. He's just unstoppable, Josh Barker, especially at this weight class. Okay, so left arm. What's the press coming from Josh Barker? You're starting at a disadvantage slightly. It looks like the other guy has a lot better grip, and he's right around Josh's hand. Okay, they've come back to the center now. There we go. Josh's wrist was a little bit kinked in a sort of a pistol grip. as opposed to kicking his wrist forwards to look more upwards towards the top of the roof. It's probably not going to matter for Josh. I think he's just going to take whatever grip he wants and just smash through. I do believe his right arm is his dominant arm. About to get started here, making sure everything's fair. Looks pretty good. Oh, wow, he didn't even press. He just top rolled him. Too quick, too strong. Looked like a practice match almost. Boardroom says it's a vectors of approach, maybe. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what that means. As I said, mathematical equation is the term vector is referring to, but how it relates to his growth, I'm guessing it's something to do with charting his progress through his training. And performance-enhancing pancakes says that so like back pressure from low pulley or something like that would be a vector. A vector is a quantity having direction and magnitude. Yes, that's right. That's where I got that from as well. That's the first thing I think of. Vector. Instead of Victor, his real name was Victor, but he changed it to Vector. Very, very subtle, very clever. No one would have caught on to who he was. Great movie, Despicable Me. You saw that in Los Angeles, actually. Here we go. We've got... I think this is the other semi-final, maybe, for the left arm. Guy on the left looks like he has a very good style and setup. It's a little bit... Oh, wow. I was going to say the guy on the right looked like he was sort of carved. But, yeah, another just instant win there. Surprisingly, this is the finals, and we're still getting, like, people getting rolled through. So... being a double elimination tournament, we're going to see that fellow again that just won that match. It's another difficult thing when you've got a double elimination tournament that takes place in that format, that you could win a match and then you're the next person for the next match. You don't get any break. And then if he wins this match, he's got another match straight away. So you've got to do 3 matches within, say, 2 minutes, which is... Nick Burnett. And I do apologise for not recognising Nick Burnett. He did have a Burnett Brothers t-shirt on, but I'm more familiar with Sam. All right, winner of this will go into the final against Josh Barker. So look for a top roll again from Nicky on the right. Okay, trying to get set up. Tom not happy with their hand positioning. The Burnett brothers are all phenomenal pullers, and Sam having some international opportunities recently. And he has his brothers also very, very invested in arm wrestling. Oh, come on, that's got to be a loss. Come on, guys. Is that a win or not? Slip in a losing position is a loss. Come on, what the... How does that... Oh, God. That's just frustrating. Sorry, guys, that was a loss for me. Now you get to strap and we have to watch it again. Neo Geo says, I hope that ref gets his head out of the way. Yeah, he seems to be in a good position now for the camera. And Vector, oh yeah. Great movie, Despicable Me. The Tiny Toilet. Dave Stockbridge says that beards make men more manly. Dave Stockbridge being the owner of a fantastic beard. Oh, he did get caught on the top roll attempt there. It's close to his shoulder, is very close to his hand, which is a very good position. But, is he? No, they're still in the match here. Wow, and that's nasty to do that to your opponent there. That was very unsportsmanlike to smash your opponent's hand into the table. I don't like that at all. You've got another free hand you could have done that with. That was nasty. What do you guys think? That was. I would not be too happy if my opponent did that to me. That's something that could cause an injury to you. You're not expecting. You've got no resistance against their hand. They've won the match already. There's nothing to prove, and they smash your hand into the table. I don't like that. I get he was happy and excited to win. There's other ways to celebrate your victory apart from potentially injuring your opponent. Performance-enhancing pancake says he'll try to be less drunk. Well, having some drinks, are we? Where are you based, performance-enhancing pancakes? Are you in Australia or are you in America? I think that you're in America. Lovely to see you on here, as I said, and obviously enjoying your probably Friday night if you're in America. It is Saturday afternoon here at 5 in the afternoon. And yeah, breathe, brother, breathe. Pancakes will have your top slips video ready soon. Yes, well, you can see I'm trying not to react too badly about my frustration, but I can't hide that sometimes because it does just annoy the crap out of me. And at least you know that it's a legitimate reaction and I'm being real here with that. And let's just talk about the final while it's taking place at the moment. I do love getting into your comments, and I am trying to time when I speak about the comments and when I call the match at the same time. All right, Josh Barker. I wonder if he will go for the press here on his left arm. Maybe he isn't as confident with his left arm to press, but because he did top roll in that last match. It should be a good match here. This will be the final. We're going to get a slip. Slip in a losing position is a loss. Apparently not. Has anybody been called for that today? What's going on? Why is that rule not being enforced? Slip in a losing position is a loss. He just slipped in a losing position. It's a loss. No, we're going to strap. Starting a strap or don't have that rule. Now we start again. Oh, God, it's just... There should be a good back and forth, though, in this match. They're both trying to top roll. Oh, Josh too strong. He catches the top roll attempt, gives the shake of the head. Yes, too strong, Josh Barker. Well done to you, sir. Gives him the thumbs up. He will be back for the right arm, I am expecting, for the under-70s. Oh, we're going to medal presentation. That's fine. Okay. Josh Barker, fantastic arm wrestler with a bright future. Especially coming from the under-70s division, he has the ability to move into the upper echelons as he puts on weight and gets older. He has many different choices as to which division he wants to compete in. Unlike me, who can only compete in heavyweight. All people respect a well-groomed beard. Yes, I should ask where you get yours done, Mr. Stockbridge. You have a lovely beard that you've always managed to keep looking trim and proper, as opposed to me trying to do something or another with a pair of scissors. And we've got performance-enhancing pancakes confirming that he is based in America, and he's just ticked over to Saturday, just gone to Saturday. So we are coming to you from the future here. Welcome. We have amazing technology that allows us to see into the past, which is what you're seeing. Love the Americans and the Europeans are definitely the top two areas of the world with the best arm wrestlers, and love the fact we have the East versus West competition to sort of have the two different styles colliding. But we are trying our best in Australia to catch up to the Europeans and the American leagues. And our style of pulling is definitely more suited towards the WOW or the American style, as opposed to the WAF. That it appears that the WAF super strict setups will always have its place, but I don't see it being the dominant force in the future of arm wrestling. I think slip in a losing position is a strategic retreat for the AAF. Yeah, well, they're supposed to be running under the WAF format, which is slip in a losing position is a loss. That's the rule set. The WAF. That's why the winner of this has the eligibility to compete in WAF tournaments around the world. But I'm pretty damn sure that slipping in a losing position is a very strictly called rule in the WAF. The arc of movement, yes. Well, you know how I feel about this. I think everyone does now, so I've tried not to repeat myself, but I am frustrated. And I just see matches that should have been a loss and they're not a loss, and the other person gets another go. And especially if they win, that's just unfair. And the OGO is talking to Dave Stockbridge about the beards. It was the problem with his beard. It wasn't well groomed. Yeah, it was. It does take some effort, doesn't it? Which I'm finding out. Because I have no idea what I'm doing. So I might even have to go to the hairdresser, the barber, I don't know, the beard man that has the ability to either tell me what to do or do it himself. So we'll see what happens. All right. Performance Enhancing Pancake says, it's a trade-off. You're all in the future, but you also have duct tape. We've duct taped our feet to the floor so that we don't fall off the earth, being at the bottom of the globe. That's correct. We are right down here in the southern part of the world in Australia. Coming to you here at the Australian National Titles, we are going to be seeing a left-handed match. I think this is the under 80 kilos event, and we've got Sam Burnett versus the Australian Arm Wrestling Federation President Phil Rasmussen. He is on the right. Sam will be the heavy favourite here. You watch a heavy back pressure pull, and before he goes sideways for a top roll, Sam is a very experienced puller who just seems to get improved by the week. And I think Phil and Sam had a super match probably about a year ago, which was a return for Phil coming back from injury, which Sam ended up winning that match. Phil tends to be a very explosive and fast starter, but I think Sam is very prepared for that. He will be the favorite in this match. Watch the straight backwards movement for Sam before rolling sideways into a top roll for the pin. Trying to get the start here. Hope they don't slip. Oh, God. Oh, yeah. Start him in the strap. They're going to do that. Should just say, can we start in the strap? I'm sure you've never heard that joke before in your life. Yeah. Well, the duct tape to the feet. Yeah. Well, it is an interesting dynamic between Australia and the United States. We do share a lot of commonalities in culture, and we are brothers in the world of our view on a lot of things. So we are big fans of what is happening over in the United States in terms of the arm wrestling scene, and we are trying our best to catch up to some of the guys that you have over there. Here we go with Phil Rasmussen versus Sam Burnett. Strapped together. This is the left hand, I think it's the under 80s division. This is not the final. It is double elimination, so the loser of this will still be in the tournament. The winner will go to the grand final. Closing the hands now. Wow. Yeah, it's too strong for Sam Burnett there. A good win, a very nice, good, powerful top roll. He contained Phil. Phil is an explosive arm wrestler. His best chance of winning is in that first second, and he was not able to crack Sam's wrist. Sam held that power and then rolled through for the win. Neo Geo gives a little sad face there. I don't know what he's feeling sad about. Oh, maybe the beard. Boardroom. Be sure to do the Dumb and Dumber ketchup prank at the barbershop. Oh, yeah. So is that with fake blood, pretending that it's fake blood? I'll just commentate this match here. So can you guys not see that they're going to slip? Their hands weren't even touching with pressure. I say that to people when I'm refereeing their super match. Like, are you gonna? If you guys are gonna slip, I'm just gonna start you in a strap. Like, I can see your hands have no pressure. If you're going to slip, and I'm going to waste my time setting you up and getting everything started, just for both of you to slip, I'm not having that happen. Are you going to slip? If you're going to slip, we're going to strap. All right, here we go. So this is the other semi-final for the left-hand under 80s. The winner of this will face Phil Rasmussen in the elimination semi-final. This is probably the quarterfinal. Trying to get set up here. Setups have been pretty good in terms of the speed. Not seeing these incredibly long, drawn-out setups that you do end up seeing with a lot of the high-level matches. Wow. It's funny to me that you can have a 5-minute setup and have a match ends in half a second like that. But he will have to stick around and face the president of the Australian Arm Wrestling Federation, Phil Rasmussen, now. And the winner of that will face Sam Burnett again in the grand final. And this is the under 80 kilo division. If you are tuning in and wondering what I'm talking about, the link to the video is in my description there. You can load up the video and watch along with me at the same time. And the reason I'm doing this live is that they don't have a commentator there. And so we thought we'd jump in and we would help out everyone that wanted to have a little space to talk about the event. And have somebody that might be sort of enjoying the fact that there was a community side of things and have people that were able to talk about what was happening at the same time. Dave Stockbridge, why is there an obnoxious music in the background? It is taking away a little bit from the event, isn't it? I guess it's a filler for not having the commentator or trying to create some atmosphere. But... yes, they would have done a lot better if they had brought in a commentator, and if they wanted to have the music, they could have had a commentator with the sound reducing microphone that eliminates that sound, so the audience is not hearing it, but the people at the event are hearing it, which creates the atmosphere for the people, but it doesn't mean that the audience that is watching live is exposed to obnoxious music. Okay, here we go. Are they going to slip? What's the odds? Was it 5-1 on slip? Slip? Wow, unexpected. Didn't see that coming at all. Is every match going to slip? Start them all in strap. This is why. Lachlan is pretty awesome in his weight class already. He will get there soon. Yeah, absolutely. Lachlan Adair, he is doing phenomenal things in the world of arm wrestling and had some big opportunities. He's pulling on the... was he on the King of the Table card or the East versus West card? I forget which one he was on, but one of the major events that took place throughout the year did feature Lachlan Adair, and he did end up winning the Over the Top 2 tournament back in, I think it was in February that took place in the Gold Coast, and won $10,000 for himself, beating Matawarangi from New Zealand. I don't know how to... that's a hard word for me to say. Sorry to you, sir. You are a lovely guy. I didn't meet you in person, and you are enormous. All right, about to start this match here. And jostling for position. Phil not happy with something. They're both carved, it looks like. They're both pointed, and Phil getting more carved. Carving meaning that their hands are not pointed towards their opponent, they are pointed past their opponent, giving you a big advantage. They're both doing it, so I guess it's fair if you're both doing it, but they are not lined up straight on the table at all. Wow. Manages to catch Phil's initial hit. We're getting an elbow foul restart. If we had running fouls, then they could have kept that match going. I'm so critical. I'm such a dick. I'm sorry, everybody. It cut off my text, says Neo Geo. Slip City, here we go. Yeah, that's right. Well, here we go. We're getting a restart here for Phil Rasmussen on the right-hand side of screen. Winner of this will go into the final for the under 80 kilo left arm division national title. A lot on the line here. Breathing heavy. Yes, unfortunately, I don't know his name. Go on the left. Wow, good start. He's in a good position here. He's had height in his arm. He's being pulled out of the position. He's held strong with his bicep. He still has pronation. Phil working hard and losing his wrist, but still getting the pin with his body weight. So well done. Yeah, missing the handshake as well. A good win, a very tough battle. That's the sort of battles that you want to see. So good job for both guys there. Heartbreak for the gentleman on the left there. He did a fantastic job. He's got nothing to be ashamed about. He really pushed hard there, and I was a big fan of that match. I love the fact that Phil recognized that he had the positioning with his body, was able to use his body weight, and he was about an inch away from the pin, and he realized that his body weight and his positioning was not enough to get through, and he sacrificed his hand position, allowed his wrist to flop, which gave him the ability to continue using his body weight to get that last inch of pressure. Of course, if that goes wrong, and your opponent does manage to pull out of that position, you are in a very, very vulnerable position because your wrist is now completely kicked back, and they are most likely going to pin you all the way from your side of the pin pad all the way across. So it is a all or nothing move, but he pulled it off and was able to get the victory there. Benji Mack, yeah, he is happy with that match. That was a great match. And slip and slides is Neo Geo. Slip of 2022, says Dave Stockbridge. Slip of 2022. Well, we've still got a couple of matches to go. I'm sure that we will get to see some more slips as we get through these finals matches here. Oh, don't we love a slip? And it was Neo Geo that's coming through with the information here for me. Thank you very much. King of the Table 5, it was Lachlan versus Irakli. That's correct. And a great match there. Yeah, King of the Table 5, Lachlan versus Irakli. Irakli is incredible. That man, and I've said this a few times, when you look at him when he's just walking around or just standing, he looks fit and he looks strong and he looks like he goes to the gym, but he doesn't look enormous. But when he gets his arm on the table and he's about to start a match, his arm triples in size somehow. It's like he's pressed a button and his arm just goes, and it's now 3 times as strong. It's insane. All right, we've got the grand final here. Oh, I was talking too much. I missed the bloody slip. Probably a good thing because I would have got annoyed. But now my stream has dropped for a second. I'm about to see the grand final between Sam Burnett on the right of screen and Phil Rasmussen on the left. It's a rematch from the semi-finals in the winners bracket. Stream has dropped completely, and I missed the match. Let's come back. I didn't see the match, unfortunately. Sorry, guys. The grand final. What a time for the stream to drop. Did everyone's stream drop there? I don't know what happened. I think Sam top rolled him. What a time for the bloody stream to drop, hey? That's frustrating. It's the grand final. They were about to start, and then it dropped, and then when it came back, they were shaking hands. I don't know what happened. I think Sam top rolled and win. I saw that Sam was the winner, but yeah, it's I would have liked to have seen the match. God. Boardroom. Oh, hang on. Neo Geo says that. We missed one. I don't want to miss you guys' comments because I appreciate you being in here. Performance Enhancing Pancakes says that Irakli is a terrible style matchup for Lachlan. I think it's a terrible style matchup for everyone. The guy is incredible. It is a bloody Popeye. I agree with you, Neo Geo, there. Shoot, I missed it. I missed it too. It was the stream dropped. And Boardroom is trying to catch me out on saying a certain name, the game that I said I'm very, very good at playing, with trying to say certain names which have, I'll put it on the screen here so you guys can see that. You've had your eye on a new and upcoming arm wrestler called Phil, and then obviously that's a joke name there. I am good at this game, my friend. You will not catch me. I said I will give a T-shirt to anyone who catches me out on that, and I can guarantee you that nobody will. Yeah, Neo Geo says this dropped and that Sam won from Benji Mac. Yes, thank you, Benji, and thank you, Neo. They pointed at Sam. They did. Yes, I did see them shaking hands and that Sam was the winner, but God, I mean, seriously, this is the grand final. I hope they're running this stream on Wi-Fi or something. They needed to have an Ethernet connection and make sure that it was solid, because if you're going to show events like this, a national title, you want to make sure that your stream is of as high quality as you possibly can. And an Ethernet connection which is solid and stable is going to be better than a Wi-Fi connection all day. I bet all these matches, Neo Geo says, oh yes, I bet all of these matches have a great view, yes, of the funny name that Boardroom tried to catch me out with. The commentator said top rolled. Yes, thank you, Benji. I did think that Sam was going to top roll there. Oh, Neo Geo. Well, we'll pretend that we didn't see the spelling mistake there. Oh, wow. Sorry, guys. I was enjoying myself too much talking to your comments, and I did miss that match, but it didn't look like it finished very, very quickly. So, all right. But being a double elimination, Neo Geo, you would never get me. The reason I'm good at this game is because I play it all the time, and I'm an idiot, so I love stupid jokes like that. Phil McCracken, Phil McGroin, all those sort of Fat Cracko, ridiculous names, cream of some young guy. It's my jam. Something Wong. Who get me with the shake and bake? We'll see. The challenge has been thrown out to both of you. You're going with the classics. You're going to have to go with something sneaky that I really have never seen before. Phil McGroin and Pat McGroin. That's the two brothers that generally I will go with. We've got Benji trying his best here to get me to say something silly as we watch this left-handed under 90s. I think it's under 90s match, and the winner of this. So this is double elimination tournament. The winner of this will move on to the grand final, I believe. Oh no, this is the other. Right, so we get you get a semi-final for the winners bracket, which we saw a second ago. Winner of that obviously moves to the grand final, and then the loser moves to the elimination bracket. And then this is the other semi-final from the from the winners bracket. Am I that wrong? Anyway, 2 matches, and then we go to the elimination side. We're working our way towards the grand final. And wow, what a surprise, everybody. We got to see a slip. I bet you were waiting for that. That's the highlight of the day for me right there. Best possible thing that could have happened. Oh, I love it. Yes. The only challenges to the Burnett brothers, yes. Pat McGroin is my favorite. I just think it's funny because I like to say that one and people don't really pick up on what it is until it's a little bit more subtle than Phil McGroin, because Phil McGroin is a bit more like Phil McCracken, which is the go-to, and everyone knows that one. And then Phil McGroin is like, yeah, okay, it's a variation, but Pat McGroin's a little bit more subtle. Shoulder is not set on the left-hand side there. Wow. All right, moving on. Yes. Stay on the stage. It is a little bit strange the way that they've set up these finals, because if you're coming from the elimination side, you literally got 3 matches in a row to be able to win, which is massive disadvantage. And so by the time you get to the grand final, like, you've literally had 2 matches prior to that within like 5 minutes, maybe even less than that, 3 or 4 minutes. You've had 2 matches, and then you've got to go into the grand final. Whereas the guy who's in the grand final has been sitting back relaxing. So obviously the advantage of being in the winner's side is that that's your advantage. But you'd want to see the best guys go against the best guys rather than somebody win because the other guy is so fatigued. Oop. Is this the grand final? No, this is still an elimination final here. Getting set up here, and we've got, I hope there's not a slip. Getting closed, hands being closed. Tom Uglacia, the referee. We got the thumbs up from the down ref. Closing high, and no, don't hold on if you're going to be in that position. There you go. Oh, there we go. Oh, God, I got to remember the guy's name on the right-hand side of the screen, because he's a lovely guy. He did come down to the Arm Wrestling Cup recently, and we all were in awe of his hand size and his ability to top roll. Very strong, and an awesome guy. I think he's still relatively new to the sport, from what I gather he was saying. He'd only been in the sport for about 9 months. So here he is on the national title stage, sitting in an elimination semi-final. So, and the stream has just dropped, and now they're about to start, I think. Yeah, closing the hands. He needs to be higher, needs to have his elbow more forwards if he wants to be in a good position. He's tried to drop for a king's move here. Doesn't have enough pronation in his hand. And that was close, but not given as a pin to come up with his shoulder. That was unfortunately a mistake there. Good job. Well done. Fantastic to see. I think it's Ruben. I believe his name is Ruben. So, yeah, moving into the grand final for the under 90 kilo division for the Australian Arm Wrestling title. I hope they don't slip. But it was interesting, actually, in that first one there, they did slip. The reason I was calling for the taller fellow, I believe his name's Ruben, to go for the slip in that position was their hands had come apart in the center of the table and they were going to slip. He re-gripped, which put himself in a really bad spot. If you're going to re-grip when you're about to slip, like just take that slip, and then move into getting the strap. But he attempted to re-grip, and it's like if you're re-gripping when your hands are both about to slip, well, you're grabbing for fingers at that point, and you're trying to grab fingers. Somebody else just grabs hold of your fingers, and he did end up in a very bad position. Luckily, he was able to slip away and get the strap there and go into the match. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to get the win, but moving into the grand final, so we're going to have a minute break. Yeah. Writing to Mr. Stockbridge, just saying congratulations. Thank you, sir. I'm just going to share my stream in my South Australian Titans Arm Wrestling Club group. Hopefully we get some of the guys from our club to come and join us in the chat here. Come join me in the chat, guys. Got some of the best guys in the world of arm wrestling stream commentators. And they are here with us. Boardroom, Neo Geo, Benji Mac, Trent Zilla. We've got Dave Stockbridge. We've got some of the best guys around. Performance-enhancing pancakes. He might have fallen asleep at this point. It's one of those things where you're doing multiple things at the same time and then you jump over and do something and then you miss a match. Who won? Sorry, guys, I missed it. I was putting a stream link in something else. And Huxley, David Hux says, howdy, Matt, and I say hello to you, sir. He had David Hux, who had 2 recent super matches on Sunday, just gone. I've uploaded one so far. I am about 50% through the edit on the second one. This is something, a little bit of inside information for you guys. I've been working on a movie this week starring as the villain in a horror movie, upcoming horror movie, which is going to be taking me 2 weeks to complete of shooting, so I haven't had a lot of free time. Been working on that every day and being covered in blood every single day and running around chasing people throughout the city and killing them in lots of different gruesome ways, which will be for your pleasure to see in probably about 6 months when it's all put together. But that is what I've been doing this week. That's why I haven't had a lot of free time to put together the matches from last Sunday. One of them is up with David Hux, and he did have a match against the Enigma, who came all the way from China and is studying over here in Adelaide. And he is a specialist on the left hand. And he's such a specialist that he was able to win the match 5-0 against the very experienced David Hux. So it was lovely to see David come down from the country to have a match. And not only did he have a left arm match, he also put his right arm back on the table for the very first time since having an unfortunate arm break, and his arm held up completely fine throughout the match on his right arm, which was a great boost of confidence for not only him, but for me, and I think for everyone else in the club to feel like that he's able to come back and still enjoy arm wrestling on both arms. So hello to you, David Hux. We've got Dankius Arm Wrestling. For those who don't know who Dankius Arm Wrestling is, it is, in fact, the Tyrannosaurus, Taran Broad, who would have loved to have been at the event today, would have had a fantastic chance in, I think he was probably looking at the under 80 kilos class, and would have done a tremendous job. Unfortunately, got a last-minute call back for work, was unable to get out of that. Would have loved to have seen him compete on the table, but he will have to look at doing either some international super matches or interstate super matches. and I'm going to talk about this match that's taking place on the stream right now. We have two of the heavy hitters here. This is the under 100 kilo division on the left hand, and we've got Mario Tambakis and Brett Coots. Wow. Mario Tambakis, very happy with that win, getting the hook position and rolling straight through Brett Coots. I am a little bit hesitant as to whether or not Brett was giving 100% in that. He may have been saving himself for the later rounds in this. Knowing that he's an experienced veteran, he might not have wanted to waste his energy against Mario, and he knew that he would have a good chance of getting back to the final without too much effort. So we will see Brett Coots in the elimination bracket. I don't think he was giving 100% in that match. He might have been of the opinion of, if I get something really easy, sure, I'll win it. But if it's going to be any sort of challenge, I'm just going to lay it down because I can have another go at Mario in the final, which is, it's a smart strategy. But again, for me as a viewing audience or as a promoter of an event, I absolutely hate when competitors don't give 100% in a match. I'm not saying that Brett did that. I'm just saying that I don't like it when I see that happen. And I said, not saying that that's what Brett did. An easy win there. Brett is an experienced arm wrestler and a fantastic guy. He is it's Brett Coots, so you will see Brett step it up a couple of notches here, I believe. And Neo Geo, guy on the right, did, and Veggie Mac says, left, you mean? Yes. As I said, I am making mistakes. This is the fun of live streaming, is that it's not polished. The people will make mistakes, and thank you to have an awesome group of people being able to sort of say, hey, this was incorrect, and let's get you back on the train of knowledge, Hollywood Matt Connolly, because you are an idiot and you do need assistance. Here we go. I'm excited about these. Brett Coots. Now, you see the difference in body posture here. You see that angry look. He is serious now. I don't think he was as serious in that previous match. He is a left-hand specialist. He does do both arms, but he is very much stronger on his left. Look at the serious, determined look on that face there. Oh, and he catches that. He's just holding. Yep. Well done, Brett. Okay, so Brett's going to have a minute break before he moves into the final. We're going to see the final of Mario Tambakis versus Brett Coots. This will probably be match of the day here, guys. If you've been sticking around to see an amazing match, this will be the one to watch. Brett Coots is one of the highest ranked guys in Australia on the left arm. He's not taking the full minute even. He just wants to get straight into it. And Mario Tambakis, a rising star, one of the best in the country. And here we go. They're going to slip. So here we go. Getting thumbs together. This is where it counts, guys. Oh, no. Are you serious? The stream has bloody dropped. Oh, come on. Not now. I know I'm hoping for a slip because I don't know what's going on. Oh, what happened? Fuck. Why is this happening on the fucking grand finals? Oh, fuck. Did everyone else's stream fucking just... Oh, my... Are you serious? Oh, God, come on, man. Did everyone else's stream drop then? I fucking missed the grand final or one of the best matches of the day. Seriously, what the? Did everyone else's stream drop? Did that happen for everyone else? Did they miss the match? I didn't. Man, I really wanted to see that. I can't even talk right now. I'm so annoyed. What the hell happened? Like, what happened with the match? All I saw was they were about to start, and then the stream dropped, and then they're standing there, and Mario's won. Oh God, they need. Oh man. Sorry guys, that's really really frustrating. Oh man, seriously. Oh, I can't believe that happened, and I missed the match. I would have loved to have seen that match. That's one of the best matches that would have happened this year, and we didn't get to see it because they didn't set up their stream properly. I mean, unbelievable. Oh, all right. Anyway, we've got. I can't even talk. I'm so annoyed. I can't even talk. This is ridiculous. Is anybody watching the stream? Did anyone see that match? Like, am I the only one that it streamed on? And sorry that it buffered and didn't work. I'm furious. I'm so annoyed. Man. Seriously. Oh God. All right. Anyway. Yeah. Thanks, guys. They didn't see it. You guys didn't see it either. Yeah. Performance enhancing Pancake says that he didn't see it. NeoGeo says he stream totally glitched as well. Oh, we got a bit of contention here. On the left, I think he's thinking that it was a false start. Yeah. Oh, man. You know, this is like, oh God. At least you're seeing the real my real reaction here, because like, I don't want to hide my frustration, and there's a lot of words that I would be using if I wasn't live on camera right now that probably get me banned. But that was infuriating. Like, I'm sweating now because I'm so annoyed. It's hard to concentrate. Sorry, guys. I'm just really annoyed. All right, we got Lachlan Carpenter on the left. He will most likely be the favourite. Oh, not Lachlan Carpenter on the left. He's on the right of screen, and Adam Laura is on the left of screen. Sorry, I got that wrong. But they started in straps, or I missed a slip. I don't know. Looks like they might have started in straps, which is a great idea because it saves time and stops messing around. Should be a good match if it doesn't bloody skip. Not really a great camera angle here. You can't see anything behind Adam's arm. Wow. Lachlan too strong. Well done, Lachlan. Top rolling through Adam Laura, and he will move on in this tournament. So this is the semi-finals. Also, actually, this would be the grand finals for the elimination bracket. The winner of this moving into the overall grand final. A little bit confusing the way that they've set up, double elimination tournaments. I like to call the B-side bracket or the losing bracket the elimination bracket as opposed to the losers bracket, because I don't like to call anybody a loser, especially if they are in an arm wrestling tournament, because they are most likely a lot better arm wrestler than I am. And some people say the A side and the B side. That's fair enough. You can call it that. I just think the elimination bracket sounds a little bit more interesting. Winners bracket and elimination bracket. Elimination bracket, you know what's going on there. If you lose, you're eliminated. B side, like, well, what does that mean? Make it clear. Make it easy for the audience to understand. Another lesson for you guys there. All right, Lachlan Carpenter on the left of screen. Winner of this goes through to the grand final on the left, and I believe this is the super heavyweight division. So we're just getting set up in the strap. Looks like they have started in the strap again. A great decision. Except now they're taking the strap off. That's all right. We'll get it going. We'll get the strap together, the strap applied. We won't get the strap on. We'll get the strap applied. That's one of the terminologies that I am trying to be more conscious of saying, because everyone loves to have their little strap-on joke. But, there's so many little sexual innuendos in arm wrestling. You've got the hooker. You've got the puller. You've got the strap-on. Yeah. Prepare yourself for a stream glitch, says Boardroom, and I bloody hope that we don't have that happen again. Left arm, heavyweight division. Elimination side. Winner of this goes into the grand final. Here we go. We've got the thumbs up from the down ref. Just close their hands and go. Not sure what the issue is. Maybe cupping. Got to close the hand. I think we're getting some cupping action happening on the other side that we can't see on the stream here. Tom Iglesias, a very experienced referee, making sure that everything starts fairly. Getting movement in the closing of the wrist, but we've turned into a hook position. Wow. Holding on the bicep there. Lachlan Carpenter is working hard. He's screaming out to the crowd. He's all on his bicep. He needs to be closer to his hand, but he's bringing it back here. It's a great match. This is an awesome match. This is making up for that bloody stream that glitched before. Right in the middle of the table. He's pulling it back. He's going to get this. Oh, wow. What happened? Wow. I don't know what happened there. There was a little bit of a strange finish. Lachlan Carpenter about an inch away from victory. It looked like he was about to get the win and all of a sudden just gave up the arm completely. Maybe he was injured. Potential injury there for Lachlan Carpenter, or I'm not sure what the positioning was. Neo Geo says it was a great match. Looks like you ran out of juice. I don't think that's correct. I think that when you're that close to getting a win, you're going to give it everything and you're going to continue to try to get that position. If you're running out of juice, you're probably going to try a different position, which is a bit more protecting of, rather than using a lot of energy. You might be in that spot where he was in a hook position. He was an inch away from winning. If he's running out of energy at that point, rather than completely allowing himself to give up and lose, he could have then transitioned into a shoulder press position to protect his hand. But maybe it was an injury. Maybe he did get hurt. But yeah, I haven't seen that happen very often, where somebody is so close to victory and then to lose in that fashion. It's very strange. Not really seen that happen very often. Performance enhancing pancakes. Maybe he was just in pain. Yeah, that was a strange end to that match, and what a war that was. It was an incredible hook war. Both guys really wanted the win there, and some fantastic back and forth. I'm really surprised with the end of that match. But we're going into the grand final here. He's only going to get a 1 minute break, and after a war like that, he may be pretty fatigued going into this, especially having to win twice coming from the elimination bracket. Yeah, you see he's already breathing heavy. The disadvantage of coming from the elimination side, not only do you have to win after just having 2 previous matches in a row, but you also have to win twice. Now, from what I've gathered, the guy on the right, I believe his name is Pepe, and he is incredibly fast. So watch for a explosive start for Pepe on the right of screen here. There was some conjecture from Bowen. I believe that his name is Bowen. I've met him before, and I should remember. But he will need to be very quick on the start to catch Pepe. The setup is vital here. His setup is going to be one of a catching position, and he's done that exactly. Oh, no! That's a win. Oh, God. Yes, Bowen making a mistake there, unfortunately. He was in a position where he could have slipped out and got the strap, but he felt that he could get something and he dove straight back in for a hook position. And unfortunately, when he drove straight back in to try to re-grip with his hand, Pepe was able to take advantage of that and drive straight through for the win. So probably would have been better for Bowen to accept the slip there, but yeah, unfortunate. He must have felt, I think I've got something here. Maybe Pepe relaxed the pressure for a second or two, and he felt that he could. Bowen felt he might have something to be able to reach in and grab hold of Pepe and go through for. He tried to get into a hook position. You could see that, but in doing that regrip, it was giving Pepe the ability to just smash straight through, and it caught Bowen by surprise. I think he wasn't actually thinking that Pepe was going to hit again. But a great end to the super heavyweight left arm division for the national title here. We've got Lachlan Carpenter taking the 3rd place. This is a left arm. We've got Bowen that got 2nd, and we've got Pepe that took first. I'm thinking the right is up next. Well done, guys. Good match, good win. Well done. That was a phenomenal performance. The match prior to the grand final was incredible. Best match that I saw today. A strange finish with Lachlan Carpenter. I hope that he is not injured. I'd love to hear his thoughts on what happened at the end of the match there, because it was strange. He is rubbing his left arm there. I hope he hasn't injured himself. But yes, incredible round of matches there. Pepe, super heavyweight champion on the left arm. Great job. Looks like he has a very, very explosive style, which can get you very far in a tournament. And he's obviously gone all the way and gotten through to the victory. Super heavyweight left arm champion. That is a fantastic result. Well done, sir. He's got the fingers going. He's got the gold medal in his teeth. He's obviously very, very proud of this moment. And well done to him. National title, excellent job. So we're going to move on. I believe that hopefully we'll be going straight to the under 70s right arm class. So you can almost have started the stream in the finals. I think that would have worked much better than having the entire day's worth of amateur matches that, really weren't that high-level stuff, that high-level content. I could see the logic behind just starting in the finals. Much more entertaining, much faster, and you're getting a result very quickly. You're not sort of sitting through 2 hours for a division, especially when the division doesn't end and they go to the finals. You almost feel like you could skip that section and just come straight to the finals. But we've got the ladies here. Brenda on the left, and the girl from Sydney on the. Sorry, I'm missing that up. I'm thinking about too many things at once here. The Gympie Grippers, fantastic club based in Queensland. A lot of excellent arm wrestlers coming out of that club. Looks like these girls are not going to slip. They have a very tight grip. They don't want to slip. There you go. That's the difference. You can tell when somebody's going to slip, and these girls did not want to be in a slip position. Steph taking the win there from the Sydney Spartans Club. I believe that was where she's from. But, yeah, she had a very strong grip on her opponent. You could see that neither of them wanted to slip, and that's the way it should be. If you're going to start out of straps, don't bloody slip. Not like this. This is Neo Geo. Not like this. Yeah, absolutely. Boardroom, you appreciate me calling all these matches for? Well, I appreciate you being in here and joining me on this stream. As I said, otherwise it would just be me sitting here watching these matches by myself and sort of filling in a way for the Aussie arm wrestler Jake Ward, who is still recovering from hip surgery. Watching the match that's taking place here at the moment is the other round of the left arm women's finals. Again, these women are doing a fantastic job not slipping, both getting a great grip and going through to try to win the match rather than trying to get a slip. Excellent match there. So she gets a 1 minute break and she's going to move into the elimination bracket final. And wouldn't you know who has appeared in the stream chat but the esteemed legend, the Hollywoodie, Phil Woody from the UK. What a legend. Gives me the bicep. I'll give you a bicep back. There we go. I'll give you a double bicep just because it's you. Great to see you in here, my friend. You are another legend of the world of the arm wrestling streaming chatters, people that are vital to the growth of this sport. And, wonderful to see everybody in here. So, Phil, what we are watching at the moment, you can see the link in my description there. It is the national finals for the Australian Arm Wrestling Federation titles. So we've got the women taking place at the moment. We've just seen the left arm finals being completed. And after the women's event here, we'll be starting with the under 70 kilos on the right arm and moving through all the way through to the super heavyweights. And then we will see some amazing matches, hopefully. We did have some issues with the stream glitching as key moments of this event took place, which really frustrated me. One of the matches I was very, very excited to see. The stream did glitch literally as the match started, and when it came back, the match was ended, which was very frustrating to me as a viewer, and I believe everyone else that was watching this event, because that would have been an amazing moment to see. But here we go. We've got the ladies here, and one of the girls, Brenda, I believe, is the girl on the left of screen from the Gympie Grippers. So we've got there in a strap position. I do like the setup on the girl on the right, but she did lose her wrist. So she did have a very nice setup, but the wrist on the girl on the left-hand side, which I believe she's from the Gympie Grippers club in Queensland, too strong, too dominant, was able to roll through for the win there. And my stream is doing its funny thing again, and it has come back now. But, a little frustrating that whatever the problem is going on there, they need to get on that and fix that, because this is the national titles, Australian national titles, and, we want to see the matches, and we're all here watching this event, and we want it to take place in a way that everyone is entertained and gets to actually watch what's going on. So a little frustration for me trying to watch these events and seeing a few amateur mistakes on their production. So it can be very annoying, especially simple things like I'm sure they're running on a Wi-Fi connection here, that they needed to be on Ethernet, but you wouldn't have these problems with a high-speed Ethernet connection. But I'm swearing that they're probably running through a Wi-Fi system here, because that's usually where you get your dropouts. But frustration for me as a viewer, and probably for you guys as well, because we want to see these matches take place. We're all here as fans of arm wrestling. This is the national titles, and when you miss key matches, matches you've been waiting a year to see potentially, then it is frustrating to miss out on the opportunity to see it. I'm hoping that somebody else recorded that match between Mario and Brett Coots for the final, because I really wanted to see that. Wow. Fantastic win there. She is the national champion. Well done. A big celebration of victory. She is super pumped there. Well done. Well deserved. Great job. Great to see the ladies on board and winning in national titles. And here we go. We've got Dan John. He's saying, Matt, he wants a bicep flex as well. I will go with the arm that you can see. But there we go. Just for you, Dan. If you put two biceps in the next comment, I'll do 2 biceps. But lovely to see you in the chat. And we are watching the Australian national titles. The link is in the description if you want to watch along with us. And Phil Woody, Holly Woody, is saying Engen satellite truck is on order. It would be nice to have a connection that doesn't drop. Although Core Sports did have their own problems with their stream for quite a while. So, yes, the frustration of getting streaming correct is still present across the board. This was one of the things I really wanted to address when we streamed our event for the Titans Open and the Last Man Standing. The facility that we had set up has high-speed internet. That was one of the key reasons I wanted to stream from that location. I was able to set everything in through Ethernet cables and have a very, very fast, stable connection. I didn't want the stream to have these buffering issues, which you're seeing take place today on the national titles, or the Core Sports faced when they were streaming. That is almost unexcusable for a pay-per-view company to have streaming and buffering issues of that level. They really needed to get that squashed very, very quickly, because if you're going to charge people money to see your event and they can't see it properly and they are having constant technical issues, either refund their money or you need to issue an apology and quickly find out why it didn't work properly and address it and make sure that it doesn't happen again in the future, because losing the consumer's confidence is very, very easy to do. If you lose that confidence that somebody has in your product, because all it can take is that one time, and people still talk about Core Sports and their streaming issues. It was a big point of contention. We wanted to, when I was working with Ryan Bowen earlier in the year, leading into the Devin Larratt and Levan match, that was a topic people brought up constantly, that they were hoping that Core Sports wasn't going to have major issues with their streaming. We were trying to mitigate those problems and saying that hopefully Core Sports has addressed the issues, and they did for that event. We only had one time, I think, that the event buffered throughout the event, but people do remember, and they do remember when they tried to pay and they weren't able to get their card processed. And these are basic things that you need to get right. There's a lot of elements to this that people just miss. You got to get all your ducks in the row, guys. You got to be professional and have everything working. You want the consumer for it to be as easy as possible. They click on the thing. If they're paying for it, make it as easy as possible for them to pay. Pay for the event. There it is. It's streaming. It's live. It's working. It looks great. It's high quality. And you know that it's going to work properly. That is essential. We've got a few people talking and saying hello to each other in the chat. This is one of the advantages of having these sort of communities come together. And this is one of the things that Jake Ward did mention when he was over here earlier last month. Helping us with the Last Man Standing event, that he loves you guys immensely, that you are his community that comes together on his stream, and he really values the fact that he is able to have a group of people that are always there for him, and whenever he does a stream, he gets the same people that come together and support him. And it's you could see the appreciation when he was talking about it. He really does absolutely love you guys. And I see some familiar names in the chat here of Phil Woody, Dan John, Performance Enhancing Pancakes. We've got Neo Geo, we've got Benji Mac. We've got some amazing people in the chat. Hopefully, we've still got a couple of the guys from the SA Titans Arm Wrestling Club. We did see David Hucks in here earlier. Dave Stockbridge was in. We had Tyrannosaurus Broad who popped in. And, we've had a whole bunch of awesome people that I am very familiar with. I do get to see you guys writing comments. And as I said before, it does make a big difference when you guys are in here, because not only does it make it feel like you're part of a community of like-minded people, and you can enjoy yourselves, enjoy talking with each other and enjoy talking with me, or enjoy talking with Ryan or with Jake. But it does make a very valuable difference to when you are putting content out there that people are actually watching it. Which, I've put videos up and had 3 views, 6 views, 11 views, and you're like, oh man, I spent 5 hours on that video. But to see people that write a comment and say, hey, I loved the video, or well done, and you're like, oh, people are actually watching this. So that does make a difference, and we do appreciate it. And it is wonderful to see that guys that have their own successful channels, like Performance Enhancing Pancakes, who is doing tremendous things with his channel there, and Phil Woody, who is putting on events over in the UK and making things happen around the world and getting people to places to do tournaments. That these are the people that you would never normally meet. And the only way we met you guys or heard about you guys was through this YouTube streaming, and the fact that you come and write on the comments. And it's just so wonderful to see that people are actually doing that. So thank you again. I really appreciate having you guys in here. And as I said, almost filling in for Jake Ward for today for the national titles here in Australia. Jake Ward recovering from the hip surgery that he had a full hip replacement, which is nothing to sneeze at. That's a major operation. But as always, Jake Ward being the man who will go through anything to make his audience loved and appreciated. He still streamed from the hospital bed on Monday, I believe it was, and he would have streamed today, but unfortunately medication was winning the war against him today. So yes, we're very appreciative to have Jake Ward, the Aussie arm wrestler, and I'm very appreciative to have some of his fans here today in the stream. We are watching the Australian arm wrestling titles, and Phil Woody has just finished. Oh no, sorry, that's Dan John has just finished a night shift. Mate, I feel your pain. I work night shift full time as well. Luckily for me, this fortnight I've been working on a horror movie. I'm acting in a movie, and the Hollywood isn't just because I'm an idiot. It is because I do actually do acting work. And this fortnight I am filming a movie here in South Australia, which has taken up the majority of my time throughout the week. I haven't been able to do a lot of arm wrestling content, but today I had the day off, so I was lucky enough to jump on with you wonderful people and commentate the Australian national arm wrestling titles. So here we are. And Performance Enhancing Pancakes is about to go to sleep. Mate, you are in the finals here. You got to stick around and watch the last, it's probably another 15 minutes, mate, of the right arm matches. You will want to see these matches. In terms of Australian arm wrestlers, these are some of the best guys in the country. We've got the women's, looks like the women's left arm finals taking place, and of the heavyweight division. After that, we'll be moving into the under 70 kilos right arm for the men and working our way up through the 80s, 90s, 100s, and super heavyweights. So there's a lot of awesome content still to see, but it'd be great if you're trying to stay awake. Okay, I see you in there. Really appreciate having you here. It's probably about 12:30, maybe 12:45 a.m. where Performance Enhancing Pancakes is. And if you guys haven't already, please go and subscribe to his channel. He is doing a fantastic job in the arm wrestling world. And Dan John says, you're a great asset to the arm wrestling community. Oh, thank you very much, Dan. I really appreciate that. It is a wonderful community to be a part of. And it is one of those things with arm wrestling. I've never seen this in a sport before, where the camaraderie and the friendliness and welcomeness that everybody has when they come together, for training or for it's all so supportive, and everybody wants to help everybody else. I think most people are just excited that somebody else is also interested in arm wrestling, but the fact that people show each other how to win and how to beat what I'm doing, and you see it even at the absolute elite level, where I remember watching Devin Larratt, and he fought. Well, he had a match against Michael Todd, and straight after the match, there's a video of the two of them sitting on a couple of couches, and Devin said, "Well, you know what I did to beat you?" And Michael's like, "What did you do?" And Devin's like, "I used riser. I focused so strongly on my riser to not allow you to get the positions that you were trying to get. And this is how I did it." And he's taking Michael's hand and he's showing him how he did it. And then he's saying, "This is what you needed to do to stop me from doing it." Well, what other sport in the world would you ever see that happen? You imagine like heavyweight boxers getting in the ring, they have the match, and then after the match, they're hanging out or going into like their own little ring and going, "Okay, now this is how I beat you. Now don't let me do this." Like it's just incredible. It's so wonderful to see, and so yeah, it's just an awesome group of people. You see that as soon as a match is over, it's handshakes and smiles, and regardless as the outcome, 99% of the time. Occasionally, you do get some conjecture and some frustration, but it is a fantastic sport, and the fact that anybody can do it. You got an arm, and you got the ability to arm wrestle. It's fantastic, and I really enjoy the sport. So thank you very much for saying that. Peer pressure, yes. Peer pressure on performance-enhancing pancakes. Well, you've watched all the build-up, and you're going to fall asleep before the payoff. That's what it sounds like. Because we're about to start the right arm, which is a few hours this has been going for. How many hours has it been streaming for? Oh, well, we've been watching this the majority of the day, and we're about to see the finals take place on the right arm. So we're seeing the ladies getting their trophies here, and well done to them, national champions. Well done to them. All right, now I'm not sure if they're going to do the ladies' right arm now, or if they're going to move straight into the under 70 kilos right arm. All right, they are switching the pads, which is awesome. We're about to see the right arm take place. Okay, good. We're going to see the under 70 men's kilos. Yeah, now the Hollywood makes sense. That is the actual reason that I did go with that name. Not only the fact I'd never heard of Don Hollywood Underwood when I picked it, but I should say this or not. I've done 68 movies currently. This one I'm working on at the moment will be number 68. A whole bunch of commercials and a lot of work in the acting world, and so that is where the Hollywood comes from. Plus the fact I'm an idiot and I like to get on camera, and it's too strong. Josh Barker, the press, just rolling through. He'll be using that all the way through to the final. He's the great favourite in this event. Let's be totally honest. Don Underwood is terrified of you. Oh, man, that is a man to be feared, Don Underwood. And what a voice. What a legendary announcer's voice. When he announced the Monster Factory event with Rebecca Todd and Michael Todd, wow, this guy's getting fired up here. I'm just going to cut myself off here. And I'm going to watch this one. We've got one of the Burnett brothers. I think it's Nicky on the left of screen. I'm not familiar with the guy on the right, but he is very fired up for this. They're clenching that jaw. Hope he hasn't wasted his energy in the build-up to this. Okay, we're going to get thumbs getting close. He doesn't look like he wants to slip, but he did. All right, we're going to get the strap applied. What have we got here? Oh, Don Underwood. Yes, Don Underwood. What a voice. Have a listen to his voice when he's commentating that Monster Factory event. What a legend, and a legend in the sport as well. So I do remember when I did pick the nickname Hollywood, and I went into training the next week. I'm just going to watch this match here. All right, getting close. Both going high with their grip. Probably both going to try and top roll. It's like the grip is actually favouring the guy on the right of screen in this position. He's able to get a catch. Nicky Burnett holding that spot. He might be showboating a little bit here. No. Got a foul. We got a restart. Oh, God. Why restart them there? This is the advantage of running fouls, guys. Should have been a loss. Foul in a losing position, slip in a losing position should be a loss, I reckon. Running foul is the way to go. He would have lost that match. He needs to control the center in this match. Nicky had him dead to rights. Whoa! Don't hit his arm in the hand table. All right. Okay, so Nicky moving into... getting a big hug from his brothers there. A lot of intensity in this, which is fantastic to see. You want to see that. The only thing I'm not enjoying is as soon as the match is done, we did see Nicky smash his opponent's hand into the table, which I wasn't a fan of, and I was hoping he wasn't going to repeat that act just then. But yes, Don Hollywood Underwood. So I went into training, and one of our veteran fellows at our club, the man who started the arm wrestling club here in South Australia about 10 years ago, Tim the Viking Graham, he said, you can't use Hollywood. Don Underwood has Hollywood. And I said, who's Don Underwood? And he said, he's like a legend of the arm wrestling world. And I was like, no, I'm still going to use it anyway. I'm like, I've never heard of him. And there can be two Hollywoods. Why not? I never thought that I would actually be on a stream with the guy. But he's a legend of the sport, and I'm honoured to share the same nickname, even though I picked it myself. All right, here we go. Nicky trying to slip here, and he's been caught. His elbow's come off the back, so we're going to get a foul and a restart out of straps. His brother Sam Burnett there telling him to slip better. I am seeing your comments, guys, and I will get to you. I just wanted to see this match here. So we've got Nicky Burnett on the left of screen. Very strong starter. It looks like he's going to control the center. And the key to having any chance against him is not allowing him to take that first 2-3 inches in the match. So they are starting again out of straps. Nicky is on one foul, trying to slip, and his elbow came off the back of the pad, closing the hands. Go. And, okay, we're getting a slip. Well, that was great. Maybe they'll just go on the straps. Where are we here? So, boardroom. I try to get to your comments in between the matches taking place. The stream has gone down again. Boardroom says, what's the name of your horror movie and how can we support it? Well, I'm not a great fan of the title, but the title is called Spit Hood. You can have a look for that on Instagram and have a look at some of the pictures of the other cast, and they're not releasing too much of what is going on as of yet because it's still in production. We are 2 weeks into a 3-week shoot, and I think I have killed 7 people so far. It is a horror movie, and it looks fantastic in terms of their lighting and production and the theme they've been able to create. is very solid. So when it is all said and done, I will be able to release some of the behind the scenes photos and that sort of thing. Wow, a big win there against Nicky Burnett. He's very disappointed there, but wasn't able to control the center, as we were saying. Third place, well done. No, nothing to be ashamed of there. Nash, third place in Australia. That is a fantastic job. Don is a great character. I completely agree. A fantastic guy, fantastic for the sport. I hope he continues to have the interest, and I'd love to hear him commentate more events. I think his voice is phenomenal, and he makes everything sound like a Hollywood movie, which is fair enough because that is why he has the nickname Hollywood. He's a legend of the sport. Phil Hollywoody says 64. That's a lot of blue movies. It's 68 movies at the moment, my friend. 68. But yes, a lot of that is. This is one of the things that people will miss on. Actually, I'm sorry, I'm just distracted. I'm watching Josh Barker get lined up here. This is the grand final, I believe, in the right arm. Oh, Josh Barker. Yeah, it's too strong. As they've gone to a slip, Josh Barker, complete control. The only way out there was a slip, and he did get the slip. But it looks like Josh Barker is just going to be completely dominant here. Would have actually liked to have seen him compete in the under 80 kilos and have a little bit more of a challenge. He is a phenomenal arm wrestler. I think it was almost a automatic victory, him going in the under 70 kilo class. It would have been great to have seen him move up in the under 80 kilos, but that is okay. You are allowed to compete in whatever division you qualify for, and Josh Barker, being a phenomenal arm wrestler, sits in the under 70 kilo class quite nicely. So he's getting lined up here. You watch how fast Josh Barker is, or whether he's going to take the grip and just sort of hold it here, but he will be the heavy favorite for this match. We've got the strap going, and they're about to close the thumbs, close the hands. I don't think it matters. Just get them going. Josh is going to win this match regardless, I think. Just close the hands and start the match. Yeah, look at that. Josh Barker. That's like me versus my dad right there when I was a little kid. Well done, Josh Barker. Too dominant. Would have loved to have seen him compete against some of the higher level guys in the under 80s or even the under 90s. He is that good. Phil Woody. A lot of blue movies. Yeah. Well, that's what I was saying. So for people that are interested in doing acting work or doing anything really, you're going to have your training period, your apprenticeship period, or there's going to be a learning factor that goes along with it. And so a lot of that is student films, is independent films that we're not paid. While I learned how to do acting properly on screen, on camera. And there is literally no difference. This is important for people that are looking at doing acting work. There is no difference between standing in front of a camera and hitting a mark and delivering your lines in character on an amateur film and a professional film. You are doing the same level of performance regardless. It is just the production side of things that makes or breaks, that's the difference, and you don't have any control over that. But if you are looking to do your acting side of things and you learn how to be in frame and hit marks and deliver lines correctly in character, perform with emotion and seriousness, and know where your eye lines are, how to stand. If you're taller than someone, you need to come down to their level, maybe put your feet apart. All those little things you're not going to learn unless you've done a whole bunch of work. The easiest way to do work in that area, in that industry, go down to your local student film college and say, hey, I want to audition for your films. And if you need an actor, I want to be an actor and I want to be in your film. They will take anybody because they need people. And a lot of people don't want to do student films because there's no pay. It tends to look quite amateurish when the final product is done, but they're learning at the same time as well. So you're both helping each other. if you've done a whole bunch of student films, you're comfortable when it comes to walking onto a set. You know what the deal is. You know how you're not going onto a professional set for the very first time, and being out of your depth and not knowing where to stand, what to do, how things are going to work. Why is there a B camera? You've got a light pointing at you there. You've got 30 people standing in front of you that you're not supposed to look at. You can't look at the camera. You've got to look at the other actor. Where do you look? If you're going to, there's a lot of little things that you don't pick up on unless you've done it a lot of times. So that is where you get your apprenticeship. We're about to see Sam Burnett here on the screen for the right arm under 80 kilos. Oh, a good top roll attempt there for top roll, but he got caught about 2 inches from the pad, but was able to surge again and get the win. He'll move into the grand final. Double elimination tournament, the Australian national titles. But yes, you've got to learn your craft, and if your craft is bricklaying or plumbing or media production or whatever you're doing, you're going to suck at it to start with. You will suck because you don't know how to do it. I'm just going to watch this match here. And we got a slip. So it's the same as people because some people have talked about starting YouTube channels to me, and I'm like, just start it. Just do something. Just put stuff up there. It's going to be terrible to start with, but by doing it, you will get better at it. You will increase your ability. Each time you put a video up, your skill will increase. Your ability to talk in front of the camera confidently will increase. You will see the things that you are doing wrong. You will get feedback from people why you suck, and if you adjust and continue to move forwards, you will get better. But if you try to start, I'm just going to watch this match. Sorry, guys. They are strapped together. Wow, good win. Caught him on the start there and was able to roll through with power for the win in a top roll position. He'll be moving on, hoping to get through to face Sam Burnett in the final. Again, Sam Burnett is one of the guys that it would have been great to have seen him in the under-90s division, move up and challenge himself a little bit more, because he will be the dominant factor in this division. It's almost like, well, you're entering the 80s, you're more likely going to win the 80s. You know what I mean? It's almost a given at that point. But I'm just going to catch up on the comments here. And Performance Enhancing Pancakes says he found my IMDb. Yep, that's correct. I usually do get police officer, soldier, or authoritarian types, prison guard, bouncer, security guard. That's the sort of look that my physique tends to attract. I'm just going to watch this match here. It's going to slip, I think. Yep. Gary and Alfred getting strapped together. So in terms of my look, my build, I am 6'3", 100 kilos. The way that I talk, the way I stand, the way I move, it does attract that sort of role. Very close to his hand. Oh, he's lost his wrist. Wow, yeah. Good framing from his body. He was in a good position, but his wrist was the issue there. His wrist got taken. He tried to hold on in the flop wrist position, but was unable to do so. So we're going to have the grand final against Sam Burnett on the right arm under 80 kilos. Yes, those roles are usually the ones that will favor my build and my ability to perform well and be believable. That's one of the things that a lot of people don't get, is that they think that they can be an actor and they can be any character. And there's a lot of stuff based around, like, a lot of training. I don't really like acting training or acting courses. I think that they waste a hell of a lot of time getting you to do stupid things that are completely pointless and don't have anything to do with actually doing the act of acting. Get in front of a camera and do a character. Do a character that suits you. I would not be a jockey, for example. It would be unbelievable, regardless as to how good of an actor I am. And they say, oh, if you're a good enough actor, people would believe it. It's just stupid. You're never going to be cast as that. they're not going to look for you like that. Your casting agent will get sent a list, a description of this is what we want to see. Here we go with the grand final. I'm interrupting myself here. I do go on rant, so I do apologise. Sam Burnett in the strap. Oh, wow. Looked like it might have been a false start, but he was that fast. Well done. Sam Burnett taking out the under 80 kilos men's right arm. Congratulations. National champion. Well done. So back to the acting side of things. Yeah, you've got to pick what suits your build. Like if you're skinny and short, maybe you would be going for a jockey role. If you're 80 years old, you're not going to be going for something that somebody's 20 to 25 years old. The way that things work and in the world of acting is that a movie will roll into town and they'll send their cast list requirements to a casting director. We want to see these people or this type of person. The casting director will send that out to all the acting agents. The acting agents will then say, well, we've got this person, and this person that would probably match that. They'll contact you and say, are you available and are you interested? If you are, then they'll send it to the casting agent, say, here's 3 people that are available that we think would suit. Casting agent will look at that list and say, we want to see that person only, and then we want to see them come in for an audition, and then your agent will say, go in for an audition. You go in for the audition. Usually you don't hear anything back. But, that is how it works. You don't sort of get the choice. A lot of the choice is eliminated before you get the opportunity. The only way that you're going to do a role which is completely out of the way that you look physically is if you're creating your own work. Phil says, Phil, you're right. Anyway, I just need one more. Yes, for the good old 69. So well, maybe I'll get a chance to be featured in Performance Enhancing Pancakes Greatest Slips of All Time video. And that could be the 69th credit. All right, we've got... Oh, the Drew. Hello, the Drew. Oh, you're live. I didn't know. Well, yes, I am. Hello, lovely to see you, the Drew. Wonderful algorithm boosting commenter, the Drew. It is wonderful to see you in here. We are watching the national titles taking place for the Australian Arm Wrestling Federation in Sydney, and they are on the right arm. I think this is the under 90 kilo class. The winner of this match will be moving into the grand finals, and then we will see the elimination bracket matches. If you are looking to watch the event along with me, the link to the video is in my description. Wow, and a great catch of the hook there. We are seeing a hook battle in the middle of the table here, both very close to the shoulder and excellent positioning here. The guy on the left is a bit closer with his shoulder. He's at a better position. Both stuck. I hope we don't get a foul and a restart here. They are in a major battle. You see the little creeps, the little adjustments from the guy on the left from the Sydney Spartans Club. He is in a better position. Every little inch, every little micro movement he is doing with his body and his elbow is improving his position and putting pressure on the bicep of the guy in the green on the right-hand side. They're both stuck in the middle. The guy on the right is working a lot harder. You see him take that breath, and he is locked out of the match there. It was all those micro adjustments that made the difference in that match. You could see how close they were. Both were in great positioning, but you saw the guy on the left was just slowly making it more and more favorable for himself, and the pressure on the arm and the bicep of the opponent got too much. So great match, and a great tip for people that are learning arm wrestling or even in wondering how he got that win, or that is how he made the micro adjustments to continue to get the match in his favor. And the AAF stream, they're giving trophies now. Yeah, that's the one. That is correct. The link is in the description of my video there. And if you're watching along, you've picked a good time to start, because It is the under 90 kilos finals. We are seeing the finals of these events here. So the left arm has already been completed, and we are seeing the under 90 kilos. And an excellent win there for the guy on the left. He was able to get the dominant position in almost a hook press. So, yes, this is the under 90 kilos division. After this will be the under 100s, and then we will have the super heavyweights in the right arm. So the Drew, 24. You have picked a great time to join this stream and this chat and say hello, because you are about to see the best matches that have happened throughout the day, hopefully. All right, we're getting a thumbs up from Phil to Drew. Get out there and act, damn it. I agree, Boardroom. That is the way to do things, is just go and do it, because you will get better at something the more often you do it. And you can only build experience by doing something. That's one of the key elements that people miss, is going out and trying something and doing something and learning from your mistakes is the fastest way to learn. You cannot walk into any profession at the top level, because you wouldn't have earned it and you will be exposed quickly. Just watching this match here. Wow. Interesting. See a lot of the high hooks in this division for some reason. It's almost like hook pressing. It's like when they're rolling down in supination as opposed to rolling down in a pronation position. So don't see that often. But yeah, I've seen it a few times in this division. And just highlighting this point here from Boardroom, get out there and act, damn it. Stephen King, the author, if you ever read his book On Writing, which is an autobiography on how his career as a writer took place, he says so many people talk to him all the time about they want to write a book or they want to look at getting into writing, and how do they do it? And he just says, just go and write something. Just write something. Write a book. It'll suck, but you'll be better at the end of the time you finish that book. You'll be such a better writer than when you started it. Then you throw it in the bin and then you start again. Here we go. Getting lined up here for the right arm under 90 kilos. Both very close with their shoulders to their hands. I like the fact that they are getting really good setups here. Left. Wow, stuck in a hook battle. Shoulder too far away. Look, he's almost in a king's position here now, being told to stand up. Yeah. That's one of those things. If you drive and your hand stays behind and you end up with your shoulder this far away from your hand, it's not a good position to be in, because your leverage is all disappeared. Right here, where the other guy stayed, even though he'd sort of lost that center, he was able to move close to his shoulder to his hand again. And if you're able to do that, you're in a much better position to use your body weight and leverage away, which is exactly what you saw there. Just reading through the comments here, everyone's saying hello to the Drew, giving him the fist bump. And Josh Barker is a beast, says Dan John. I do completely agree with you there. And Sam is on fire. Why is he topless? I believe that was the guy that was in the yellow shirt earlier. Oh man, I'm really behind on the comments. I've been ranting too much about acting. You get me on a topic that I'm passionate about, and I'll bloody talk for ages. I don't blame him. Flaunted and he got it. Yeah, absolutely. Well, why do you think I do the double bicep every single 5 minutes? It's even on my shirt at the moment. So, yes, I love it. It makes me laugh. Playing to your strengths are the way forwards. Completely agree with you there, Dan John. Performance enhancing pancake says, I'm also wondering about casting you as a jockey in my upcoming film. Is your upcoming film the greatest slips of all time in arm wrestling? Because that would be such a tremendous Tremendous film, and I would love to be a part of that as a jockey only. Castle Rock Entertainment has a special place in my heart because my stepfather worked for him. Worked for him? Worked for the production crew, I'm guessing. Rest his soul. I wonder if you heard of him. This might be a trick here. I wonder if you've heard of him. His name was... I'm trying to see if this name is a trick name or not. Well, I'm going to leave it on the screen because I don't know. But if you're trying to catch me out, it didn't happen. Oh, there we go. I got it. Yes. If you're very excited, you would be that name that's on the screen there. If you're very happy to see somebody. So good job, Boardroom. Good attempt. But I'm going back to the match here. We got Mario Tambakis and Brett Coots on the screen. This was a repeat of the match that I really wanted to see earlier. Wow, there we go. Mario Tambakis winning that match comfortably. Again, I don't know if Brett was giving it everything he had in that. He might just be sort of saving his energy for the actual grand final, but that is okay. I don't like when people give up deliberately or don't give 100% effort, but I'm not saying that's what he did, but you can see the tactics involved in that. So we've got Bowen on the right of screen again. He is facing off. This is the under 100 kilos class on the right arm. Getting set here. He's trying to slip and he's been caught. Now he's desperately trying to slip. The other guy's trying to hold him. Letting go of the peg for a second there. He's trying to slip, and I think he's going to get it. Oh, what happened? That was a weird slip. Yes, a good attempt at the name there, Boardroom. Any names I am very, very suspicious of, because somebody will win a free T-shirt if they catch me out saying a name that is actually a fake name, like Pat McGroin, Phil McCracken, Phil McGroin. That deserves to be in the top slip special. I completely agree. That was a weird one. That's probably the best slip of the day because it was confusing as hell, and I was wondering why they just stopped all of a sudden, especially when... All right, Bowen has the dominant hand position. Yes, he's rolled through. Well done, guys. Well done. Well done, Bowen. He moves on in this division. A bit of arguing here. They're not happy about the way that it was set up. Disappointing to see, but I guess that this is one of the conjecture points in arm wrestling, is that there's always arguments about the way that people get set up, and it would ideally everyone would get set up perfectly every single time, but people will fight for advantage, and maybe that is what the opponent was not happy about there. He felt that he was cheated of a good setup, which is unfortunate as part of the sport, which is something that I really don't like at all. But it's almost like if you're going to play the gentlemanly role, you are at a disadvantage because people will take advantage of you. This should be a fantastic match. I really hope the stream doesn't go down here. Bowen versus Brett Coots. Brett Coots in the under 100 kilos. He is a left arm specialist, but he is a fantastic arm wrestler on the right as well. He will catch people before he pins them. He's not as explosive, but he's tremendously strong. Usually will catch you and then pin you. Oh, he tried to get the catch there, but... Bowen rolling out. This is probably going to end up in a slip. Depends on how long they want to fight in this position for. Brett has some sort of grip here. He's going to try to go through for the press, and he did it. Well done. Well done. And great to not see a slip. Well done to Brett and well done to Bowen. Coming third overall in the right arm under 100 kilos national titles, and he got second in the left arm. So he is a tremendous arm wrestler performing at the elite level today. So congratulations to Bowen. He did a tremendous job, and we are going to see. This is the match that I really wanted to see on the left arm that the stream glitched out on and we missed out on seeing it. So we will get a rematch of this match, but on the right arm with Mario Tambakis versus Brett Coots. And this is the under 100 kilos Australian national titles. Here we go. We are going to see hopefully a tremendous match here. Mario probably will be the favorite. Brett is a left-hand specialist, but he is incredibly strong. He will probably try to catch Mario. Mario being incredibly strong himself. Here we go. About to get started. And Mario is the winner, and well done to him. He is the national champion on the left hand and the right hand. And well done to Mario Tambakis from the Sydney Spartans. What a wonderful guy. Mario is a tremendous person. He is great ambassador for the sport of arm wrestling. Did an excellent job over in the United States last year as well, winning some key matchups over there. He has a bright future in the sport of arm wrestling. He is a businessman as well, so he unfortunately a lot of his time does get spent on his business, but he is just going better and better with his arm wrestling, and I really hope he gets some big international opportunities next year in 2023. And Brett Coots, fantastic effort from him, coming second in the left and the right in the under 100 kilos class. And Bowen, as we said, coming in third on the right arm and second. Well, he did get second on the left. Sorry, I mixed that up. Well done to Brett Coots. Congratulations. And Mario Tambakis, all the way from the Sydney Spartans, all the way to Sydney, in his hometown, left and right, national champion, Mario Tambakis. Fantastic. Neo Geo correctly identifying that Mario almost passed out. That was a classic moment there. If anyone wants to clip that, or I might clip that a bit later. But, yes, cheering and jumping around on the stage straight after a win, and almost lost all of the blood from his head. Had to fall onto the table to recover. But well done to Mario Tambakis. We are going to see the big boys. This is the super heavyweight division on the right arm coming up. Great to have everybody here in the chat. We are going to see the heavyweight guys coming together here. This is going to be the pinnacle moment of this tournament. Some of the best guys in the country coming up against each other. We've got Lachlan Carpenter on the left of screen with the glasses. We've got Adam Laura on the right of screen. So the winner of this will go into the grand final of the right arm super heavyweight division in the national titles for the Australian Arm Wrestling Federation. And they're going to start in the strap. Very good move. I love that. I love the fact that they're going to start in the strap because they're probably both top rolling, and they've agreed and said, look, rather than waste everybody's time and have a slip, which will happen, we have decided to get strapped together, and we're going to give the audience a show here. Lachlan Carpenter on the left of screen. He's probably the favorite in this match against Adam Laura on the right-hand side. Here we go. They're closing the hands. Both from this same club. And wouldn't you know it? The stream stopped again. All right, at least I didn't mince the match this time. Here we go. Okay, at least I saw that one. Lachlan Carpenter getting a win in the top roll position against Adam Laura. Would have liked to have made the call a little bit better. Sorry, guys, but the stream did stop again. What the hell? It keeps doing that right as match is about to start. It's like somebody is deliberately doing this to them because it doesn't pause any other time. I don't understand why. I don't get it. Maybe people are clicking onto the stream right as the match is about to start or something, and that's just overloading their bandwidth. I don't know. It's weird. It's like, why? It doesn't pause any other time apart from when a match is just about to start. It's really weird. Really frustrating. We've got AC/DC playing TNT. That's correct. Yes, we've got some background music going in the background here. It seemed to be the 80s and 90s classics. We had the final countdown earlier in the Eye of the Tiger. So Pepe is on the left of the screen. Explosive speed against the veteran Tom Uglesias, the man that I very first arm wrestled. Very first time I ever arm wrestled on a table was against the man on the right. Veteran of the sport, wonderful guy from Queensland, going against Pepe. Oh, is that a loss? No. Getting a strap together. Pepe, you can see that lightning speed. And Tom was lucky to get the escape there. They're going to get the strap together, and Tom will need to be able to catch that speed. He's going to have to do something different with his setup to not allow Pepe to get that positioning he needs to just blast through. But it sounds from what the Phil Rasmussen was saying that Pepe is a Brazilian champion, so he's obviously very adept at getting his position that he needs. And seems to be that in tournament settings that people that are explosive do very, very well because they can win matches easily and quickly and roll through divisions to the final without expending a lot of energy. But Tom Uglesias here is in the strap, and he is facing the Brazilian champion Pepe. Closing the thumbs. Got the thumbs up from the down ref. Close the hands. Watching the referee very closely, Pepe is. He's going to time this start. Here we go, closing the hand. And Tom has caught him. Tom has caught him. He's got good pronation on his hand. He's dropped right down into a king's move, which is... He should know that that's a legal position. But well done to Pepe. He has won that match. Oh, God, I feel like Tom's arm was going to go into an armbar there. He almost looked like it bent back and broke. Yeah, wow. Well done to Pepe. I'm surprised that Tom dropped back into that spot. He had good pronation in his hand and he was using his body weight well. He really dropped his body weight underneath the table, went into a king's move. Surprisingly, especially in a losing position, he knows as the head referee of this tournament that your humerus must be straight. And this, at least in this position, if you are pulling, and if you're in a losing position, if your humerus tilts like this at all in a losing position, that is a foul. And Tom was about like this, so maybe he just sort of fell into that spot and he didn't deliberately do it. But yes, surprised that he dropped into. I've never seen him do that before. Maybe he slipped. I don't know. Giving a new meaning to showstopper, says Boardroom. Neo Geo says to performance-enhancing pancakes that Bogdan is back and he's messing with the Aussies. Yes, well, Bogdan Stoiker. Oh, actually, I'm going to commentate this match. Sorry, guys. We got Pepe versus Adam Laura here. Oh, and Adam Laura has caught him in a hook position here. Unable. Wow, okay. Oh, and he's... Whoa. Great win for Adam Laura over Pepe there. Able to contain the explosive start that Pepe needed to roll through and get the win. But well done. I didn't see who beat Pepe to get him into the elimination bracket. Did anyone see that? Who did Pepe lose to get into the elimination bracket? Maybe he lost earlier in the day. I don't know. But this is the grand final, ladies and gentlemen, of the super heavyweight division. This is the big boys. This is the moment. This is the one that everyone wants to see. The heavyweight right arm grand final for the national champion of Australia. We've got Lachlan Carpenter with the glasses on there on the right of screen. He is getting himself fired up. He is facing off against his fellow club member from the Sydney Spartans Club in Sydney, in New South Wales, Adam Laura. So Adam is in the elimination bracket. He needs to win twice to become the national champion. So that is the disadvantage of coming from the elimination side. We've got Lachlan Carpenter on the right looking very serious, and they've started in straps again. I love that. Thank you guys for doing that and not wasting everyone's time with their slip. So Lachlan is probably the favourite in this match, and Adam Laura is going to have the match of his life here if he wants to win the national title. He's watching the referee very closely. Oh, and he's got the catch. They've gone into the middle, and Lachlan has gone for a press, and he's got it. He is your national champion, super heavyweight national champion, Lachlan Carpenter. Adam Laura coming in second, getting the silver medal. Well done to both guys. Phenomenal effort. Good match there. Lachlan rolling through and Adam able to catch him about an inch from the pad, but Lachlan transitioning into the press position and able to press through for the victory. So well done to Lachlan Carpenter, super heavyweight Australian national champion, and Adam Laura. Congratulations for coming in second. You've got the silver medal. National titles here in the Sydney, Australia, and Pepe, the Brazilian champion, coming in third on the right arm. So well done. Great to have international representation. So an excellent event. Great to see this event take place. And, we see Lachlan Carpenter taking away the right arm in the heavyweight division. We also saw Mario Tambakis taking the under 100 kilo right arm division. Josh Barker was also there taking the under 70 kilo right arm division. Sam Burnett and the under 80 kilos. We had, who was the under 90s? It was, I'm trying to remember off the top of my head now. If anyone remembers in the chat, let me know. But there's been so many matches today that it is hard to keep track of them. But we saw some of the best guys in Australia stepping up against each other on the table. And fantastic to see all you guys here in the chat with me and enjoy this event. I really appreciate having you here. And that's the end of the event, I believe. I don't know if they've still got the ladies' ones. They do. They have got the ladies here. Whew. We'll let the ladies one run on, and then I'll probably give it another 5 minutes after that, guys. And then I might go and have dinner because it is 7 o'clock at night here in Australia, in Adelaide. That's where I am based. So well done. And I can understand if you guys are jumping off. And well done to Performance Enhancing Pancakes for making it through the event. It's probably 2 a.m. where you are, but great to see you in here. And again, people go and subscribe to Performance Enhancing Pancakes channel. He is doing great things for the world of arm wrestling. And thank you again for being part of the stream here today. Woo! All right. Wow. Well done to Steph there on the right arm and the over 65 kilos women's division, the national titles. She's moving her way into the grand final. And thank you very much, Performance Enhancing Pancakes. It's funny to say that every time. If I knew what your name was, I would say your name. But yes, I could call you Pep, I guess. But yes, Performance Enhancing Pancakes. Thank you again for being here. And we've still got a few of the regular streamers. Lovely to see you guys here. Another attempt at a funny name to try to catch me out from Boardroom. Oh, I'm getting problems with my speakers here. No, that's okay. I'll turn that down because it's causing feedback. There we go. That's better. Let me see what this works out to be. The name that you are trying to get me to say here. Okay, yeah, I got it. Very nice, very nice. You're going to have to try harder than that, boardroom. You're going to have to slip it into a sentence or something where I will read it before I realize what's going on. So Brenda on the left of screen, and from the Gympie Grippers, she has won that match and she's moving on. All right, we've got Rebecca Pfeffers, who I believe is Sam Burnett's partner and has been involved in the arm wrestling scene for a few years now. She came along to our Apex event we had 2 years ago, I believe, maybe 3 years ago, and took some amazing photos for us. So fantastic to see her on the table. And I believe that Brenda came along to the SA Titans Arm Wrestling Club with Matty J from the Gympie Grippers last year or earlier in this year. I may be wrong, but I believe that was her that came along, getting a nice win there. Well done to her. Okay, we've seen the grand final for the women's over 65 kilo right arm division. I didn't realise that we were streaming for so long. It's been a pleasure to have you guys on here, and I've been enjoying myself the entire time. How long have we been going for? 4 hours. My God. Wow. I didn't realise it'd been that long. That's cool. I feel like Jake Ward doing his 24-hour stream. I didn't realise it'd been over 4 hours I'd been streaming for. All for free. Enjoying himself. Yes, that's it. I am enjoying myself. I'm having a good time. There we go. We've got the finals. Some things happened. It was an elbow foul. They're going to restart it here. Brenda very confident on the right of screen that she's going to take this match. I think she felt something in that grip up that she knows she has the stronger hand, stronger wrist, and she's about to win a national title is the feeling that she has. But it was not to be. No, she ended up losing that one. I did notice in that setup when they closed her hand that she was not fighting hard enough to keep pronation. She did end up, instead of being in this position, she sort of lost a little bit of pronation like that. There's a subtle difference, but that can be the difference between winning and losing. So, yeah, a good win there. And that was the women's over 65 kilos right arm division. Very happy winner there. Enjoying himself calmly. You want me to type out the name of the film? Is it my accent maybe that is throwing you off of understanding the name of my movie? Sure, I'll write it in. Here we go. Wait, where's my... There we go. I had to find my own stream then. Spit Hood is the name of the movie. There we go. And we have the man himself, Dave Stockbridge, has jumped back in. He's finished washing the car finally. There was so many cars that he had to wash. The fleet of vehicles that Dave Stockbridge was out the entire day washing cars. Uh, so you're just seeing the end of the tournament here with the over 65 kilo right arm. We did see, I will recap for you guys. Dave has had dinner as well. Wow, he's even had time to go off and have dinner. Well done to Dave Stockbridge. And you did hear it correctly. That is correctly. It is Spit Hood is the movie. That is correct. The Australian Babes of Arm Wrestling. Very nice. Absolutely. Yeah, they've done a very good job today. I'm always careful with your comments now of reading them out. I read them first and then I make sure that there's nothing hidden in there that's going to catch me up and cost me a t-shirt. Dave Stockbridge is back. He is back to see the end of the tournament here. So, Dave, just to recap for you, we had the under 70 kilo right arm winner was Josh Barker. The under 80 kilo was Sam Burnett. I cannot remember the under 90s, but the under 100 kilo was Mario Tambakis, and the super heavyweight division was Lachlan Carpenter. So well done to all of those guys. And if anyone can remember who won the under 90s, please let me know, because it is slipping my mind at the moment because I've watched 5 hours of arm wrestling. Wow, too strong for the females here. She's just dominated that, made it look way too easily. It's one of those things in this sport, which is unfortunate, that if you are very dominant, it is hard to find competition. And it looks like the lady that just won that match so easily. This is the finals, it looked like she was so dominant that it was almost not worth having the match. And that is one of those issues where somebody is incredibly dominant in a sport that is still building or still has very thin divisions, and your level of competition is not high enough for you to be challenged at an elite level. So hopefully with more exposure, the arm wrestling will include more competitors in every division, and the more competitors, the more people that we've got in the sport, the greater and faster we will progress and get better and better, because the last thing you want to see is just squash matches where somebody walks in and just wins every single time without trying. Not interesting. It's not, no one learns anything. And, you'd almost feel like, we're not interested. And that is actually what happened with women's bodybuilding. This is a little tangent, but Linda Murray was so dominant in women's bodybuilding. She won, I think, 10 years in a row or something like that. And no one could come close to her. And ended up, the whole division of women's bodybuilding collapsed because no one was interested in it. It was a very niche thing anyway. But once she was the unstoppable champion, people just didn't try in that division anymore because they're like, well, I can't win. It's just an unstoppable person that just there's no chance for me to win. Looks like that. Okay, so this on the right of screen, the lady that won very comfortably. She's in a bit of a match here. She's putting in some level of effort. Vicky Vitale. Yes, defending national champion there. Easy win for her. And yes, we'd love to see the best competition that you can. This is one of the things with our club, and this is why I put super matches up. Because if a super match is between two people of around equal skill level, and it's exciting to see, it doesn't matter whether they're elite arm wrestlers or not. It could be two people that are pulling their first ever super match. But if the match is awesome to watch, it's awesome to watch. It's great content. It doesn't have to be that they need to be ridiculously strong to be entertaining. And so I have some of the best matches I've ever seen that happen from our club. And there've been back and forth matches between guys that might be lightweights, might be middleweights, but they wouldn't be competitive on the international stage. But they put together an incredible match, and it was exciting to watch. And that's all I want to see is an exciting match. So even though this right here was a national title, that match looked like it was a walk in the park. And Yeah, so hopefully we can get more interest in not only the women's division, but in divisions all across the levels of arm wrestling and build up the sport. So we've got more competitors, more people to train with, more people to compete against. And if you win a title, it's actually incredibly difficult to win the title because you might have beaten 200 people to get there. And the value of winning the title is much more coveted at that point than beating 4 people. All right. Looks like the Australian arm wrestling stream is ended. So well done to everyone there. I'm going to close that window so I don't have the ACDC running in my background, but I do have 3 people here still with me, and it is wonderful to have you guys here on board. I'll give you a bit of a wrap up for the event, and then I'm going to go and have some dinner because it is 7:20 at night here. And so if anyone is still in the chat, I have 3 people watching. I would love to know who is still on board with me, and maybe just let yourselves be known as to who's still here. Maybe it's a Dave Stockbridge at the Drew Boardroom. Maybe is my top 3 guesses. But as I said before, great to have you guys here with me to watch the event as I would have been watching it by myself. And again, filling in a little bit for Jake Ward, the Aussie arm wrestler, who would have more than likely streamed this event, but was unable to because he had a full hip replacement and is recovering from that. So again, lovely to see you guys here. And we've got the Drew is still on board. He's written on a quick little joke here. And here's the joke. Do you know why? Oh, I've got to read it. Behind my stand of my camera, do you know why you blame a fart on the street? Because it's the asphalt. Okay, very nice, very nice. It probably doesn't work as well in my Australian accent with that last word. It probably sounds a little bit different and more accurate to the humour of that joke in an American accent. Neo Geo says he's still here, and so is Boardroom as well. Thank you, guys, and wonderful to see you guys in the stream today. And hopefully we shall do more streams on this channel. As I said, sort of filling in a little bit for Jake Ward. I saw the opportunity that if people didn't have the ability to jump on board and have a stream going where they had some commentary, which I always feel does add to the event. And I was surprised that the AAF didn't have a commentator in place for the live stream. I think the live stream was insufficient and not to the level that it could have been. I'm going to be very selective with my words here because I do really appreciate what they do for the sport in the world of Australia here, the Australian Arm Wrestling Federation, with Phil Rasmussen, the president. We've got Tom Ugacia. We've got people like Celine. We've got amazing people from around the country that do try their best as a volunteer. No one's making any money doing these things. In fact, a lot of the time it does end up costing money to put events on. So it is appreciated that they put something together. They put a national titles together. We did see some amazing matches take place, and we missed some amazing matches, unfortunately, which is hopefully some of the issues that can be addressed in the future with correct streaming equipment and having things run through a solid connection. Getting a high-speed internet connection that runs through in Ethernet is the first point of call. I don't know whether that was running through Wi-Fi, but it damn well felt like it. And the issues that came along with that stream were very evident. And I'm still very kind of frustrated that we did miss a few key moments in matches that really we were spending hours of time to build up to just have it missed, which was very disappointing and frustrating. So, yes, things to improve on, and this is what we were talking about before with, the only way to get better is to do things and to find out what you did well and what you didn't do well. And that was some of the areas that can be addressed for improvement. They did a lot of things very well today. The refereeing, I felt, was very solid and very, very well done. I thought all the competitors did a phenomenal job, and there were some of the best guys and girls in the country that were able to come on board and showcase their skills. The fact that they ran 2 tables, I think, is a good idea in terms of getting through a lot of matches quickly. Some of my advice as to ways they can improve it: fill the stream with a solid connection, as we mentioned before. have a feature table. That is the only table that you are showing on stream. You can run as many tables as you want off stream. Have your featured matches take place on the main table, which has got the best lighting, the best setup, and you can see through the list of entrants who is the interesting people and the interesting matches that the audience would want to see. Put them on the featured table. Don't go and put them on side tables, or if you've got what they did today where they have two different tables on the stage at the same time. You could see even when I was trying to commentate and there was two different matches happening at the same time, and you're trying to keep track of, you're missing the slip there, you're missing a win there, and it was very difficult. Not having a commentator in place, that was something that really should have happened. It does add to the viewing experience for the audience because they know what's going on. The commentator can explain the matches, of who the people are. Even just when there's breaks, that you've got somebody there that's talking to the audience that's going to hopefully give audience retention and just make things interesting. And Jake Ward is a legend at doing that. And you could literally say, okay, we're going to be offline in terms of our production side of things for an hour. Jake, we need you to just talk to the people on the stream. He would happily do that and make it entertaining. And you could almost just have that as its own separate event. So having a commentator is vital. I think they really missed a opportunity there. And then the loud music being played over the stream, I don't know if they would hit with a copyright strike or not for that, but it did make it hard to hear in terms of it was very loud. And then you had Phil Rasmussen doing his live announcing as well, which was very loud. So there were elements that could be improved on from the production side of things. And yes, a few little things. These are things, this is what's frustrating me about it, is that those things are relatively easy to fix. They are not difficult things. They are, solid internet connection should have been your number one priority. Make sure that it works. Then how does it look? Honestly, that didn't look too impressive to me. I think they could have really framed that up so much better. I think that whoever they got to do that, it was probably just someone grabbed the camera and pointed it at the stage, really. I think that's all that took place there. I don't know if it was running off a phone or something, but if they were running it correctly, they would have had a proper camera that was hooked into a PC, which was running streaming software with a high-end streaming internet connection. So I don't think that took place at all. You would have had lighting. You would have had an excellent backdrop where even if you could have green screened a backdrop, and that way you could have run your sponsors' logos and ads and all sorts of different things during the in-between matches. You maybe create, say, 15, 10-second little videos that you could whack in between a match taking place and just help with your sponsors and show them that you appreciate their support, especially when they had these 20-minute intermissions. I don't know why they did that. Why would you run two tables at the same time to increase the speed only to then have a 20-minute intermission? It was just frustrating. It was like, what are we doing? We're sitting here, everyone is in place, the table's there, the stream is going. You're taking 20 minutes. Like, why? Why would you take 20 minutes to do that? Keep this going. Like, you've got everyone here, everything's ready, the competitors are ready. What's this 20-minute break? And they didn't just do that one time, they did that twice. So we had a break in between, I think, left arm and right arm for 20 minutes, and then they had a break when they got set up for the finals. And it was like, okay, you're setting up a table, but it was like they're moving one table off the stage, moving the other table to the middle of the stage. That would have taken like a minute. But anyway, speed is important. When you've got people watching, keep them entertained, keep that value going. And it felt like there was some missed opportunities there. Overall, the event ran well, and then we got national champions crowned. And well done to all of the winners. And thank you again to everyone who is in the chat here and saying hello. And I will read the Drew's comment out here as I do wrap things up. It seems like they had no intentions of streaming the event as an afterthought, a last-second idea. Sadly, and it is sad because they had a long period of time to get this organized. And yes, they had many people that were qualified or had the ability to make it look fantastic, which unfortunately wasn't followed up on. It did look like somebody set their phone up on a stand and pointed it at the screen. So yeah, that was a little bit amateur hour on the production side of things. And unfortunately, if people aren't aware that live events, you will always be restricted by your capacity. And even if you have a big crowd at an event, let's say there's 30,000 people at your event, your streaming audience will demolish that. You will, like you think the UFC, their average attendance and average gate is about 15 to 20,000 people, and their money gate is a few $1 million in terms of their live ticket prices. So 15 to 20,000 people live, and they'll sell 6 million. Well, it depends on who's fighting, but maybe they'll sell 1 million pay-per-view buys. So 1 million versus 15,000. So if you're putting all your priority on the viewing audience in place, you have got your wires crossed, and you really need to focus on the other elements, which is the online audience, which is 8 billion people. You've got 8 billion people that hopefully you will find a niche, which is the arm wrestling world, and you'll be able to put something together that looks fantastic, and you are playing to those people as opposed to the 100 people that are actually live in attendance. Not hard to set up for live people. Make sure that they are looked after properly, and you want to get both sides of things right. But your priority should be your worldwide audience, because that is where your most opportunity for a viewing, for capital growth and for interest in the sport is going to come from. And Adam Hasty, the legend that's always on every arm wrestling streamer I think I've ever seen. Thank you again for being part of this stream here. So thank you to everybody here. My wife is calling me from the kitchen saying, "What are you doing? You've been streaming for 4.5 hours." So I'm going to go and hopefully have some dinner. And I hope you guys have a fantastic weekend. It is Saturday night here. And thank you again for everything. And we'll see you next time.